welcome. This is Gina with Vision Noir. You are tuned into the Blackness. I'm really excited to be here with you guys today. I'm sorry that so much has happened, man. This week, so much has happened. I haven't really been on here for a while. I've been taking some time to try to just clear some things internally and externally. Feeling really good today, in spite of everything that is going on. I'm going to give some time for everybody to come in. I've missed you guys profusely. I know that there has been so many things that I haven't touched on. I've been keeping notes, and we'll probably touch on a lot of things that has happened. But man, this one right here, this one was just out of nowhere. Kevin Samuels, we're here to talk about social media influencer that definitely had some influence. Uh, Kevin Samuels, rest in peace. He is a brother. He is our brother. First, I want to start off by saying this right here was not a conversation that I think I would be having if I didn't start looking at his discussions right after, the first news went out. I had not been a fan, and I have to be very honest about that. I was not someone that watched or knew much about Kevin Samuels. I had watched his some of the clips in the past, and again, I have to be completely honest, I was not a fan. But I took some time this week, since this thing has been happening. Just, my thing is always about causation. My reality is when things happen like this, or when people tend to get my attention, and if something stands out that I like or don't like, my key, or I am determined to look at causation. And the response that this man had from Black women, and I am a Black woman, made me want to try to figure out some things about him. Why was he the way he was? Why was he getting the type of response that he was from Black women? And why did Black women go to him? So many of them go to him. I mean, basically, to be honest with you, when you really look at this man's rise in social media, it has a lot to do with women going to him looking for solutions. So that being said, I first want to shout out to his family, send my love, my light, condolences, and energy with love towards them. I know a family, a daughter that loves him, and regardless of how we may feel, or some may feel about him, we still have to show love, light, and respect towards his family. So that is where I'm going to begin. First and foremost, if you're coming in, and I'm sure a lot of people done probably forgot about this channel. If you're coming in, please share on your social medias. We're going to talk about this today. Whoever comes on, I would like to bring you on as well. If you are a woman, and you feel like, if you are feeling angry, or towards, or happy. I think I've even heard, I don't want to use that word, because I see a lot of YouTubers using this, that Black women are happy about him dying, and for me, I don't sense that is the thing that's happening. It's not him per se, it's the energy. And I feel like that is something that we can talk about. But wouldn't it be something if we could try to understand this Black man and why he took the stance that he did? And yes, it became very profitable. And why would you stop something that's profitable? But there was a reason why he stood where he stood in the beginning. I'm sure he didn't know that it was going to be so profitable. But this was a part of who I believe he truly was. This thing, or this way that he was definitely for a reason. So for me, and the way my mind work is that I can't just leave it to, he just didn't like Black women, or he just was, or there are those that love him and say that he was doing good in the community. For me, because I'm a Black woman, and maybe some of the terms, or some of the words, or some of the ways that I felt that he communicated left a sting, I wanted to know where that was coming from, because there's, no smoke without fire. But before we continue, again, if you're coming in, please hit the like button, share it on your social medias. You know how we do. We're going to be on here. We're going to talk about that. We're also going to look at some history, some of try to figure out why Kevin Samuels was the way he was. I hope that everyone that comes on here understands that this man has family. He has a daughter, a mother. So even if you feel certain ways, I can't really be. I don't want this channel or this discussion to be a vessel of hate towards him, because to be honest with you, I don't feel that way. If you can hear me, put a 1 in the comments section. If you're here to really get into this tonight, I know that everybody's talking about it, so this is not just something that you're getting here. It's everywhere. But right here, we're going to dig in. I have a clip from his daughter. I have a clip from him. I have a couple of other clips that I want to share. And it's really just going to be based on everything that I felt listening to him, or, as a Black woman. It made me want to figure out what this man was feeling and why he felt or saw things the way he did, and felt that the way that he was handling things was the answer. I would like some Black women to come on board tonight to really talk, in essence, those that agree and disagree with the content, or the way that he dealt with the content that he was dealing, the conversations or discussions or his solutions for Black women. Those of you that agree, yes, please come on board. Let's talk about it. Those of you that disagree, yes, come on board. Let's talk about it. Black men, you're always welcome. I'm going to start off with. I want to start off with his content. Those of you that are not aware of Kevin Samuels, and I have to be honest, I was not. I've been privy to some of his work, but I was turned off a long time ago. For some of the same reasons that you see women on Twitter and everywhere else. I've always believed that a Black man is supposed to protect Black women, and in my mind, some of the discussions or some of the conversations that were being had were not protective discussions or conversations. But, was I wrong? That is something that we can also address. So right now, the first clip that I'm going to share is a clip from one of his many discussions. I have 2 of those clips that I'm going to be sharing tonight. I think it's fair to really hear, what he was doing. And for me, what stands out, and I have to say this, y'all, is I don't understand why Black women, it's funny because the voice of Black women seems to be like a sense of, a sense of relief that he's no longer. A lot of Black women are feeling that way, but it was us. It was Black women that was going to him, and I couldn't understand that dynamics. Most of the content that got him, if you go back to that, that average statement that he made about Black women, about that one sister, that was her calling into his channel. So there's 2 conversations being had today. What is this that, it seems to me, and for me, it's a natural thing to understand because I didn't have a father. A lot of these Black women that were calling into Kevin Samuels didn't have, I don't believe, had relationships with men to the point where they understood or they got what they needed. And I think now, this whole thing that has happened, this spiritual reckoning for me, is how much Black women need, Black girls need men in their lives, and how important it is, because these women kept going back for more. They just kept, okay, let me stop talking and share the clip. To a beta male. And this is something I got from his channel. So basically, he's talking to a so-called beta male, or what they call beta males. And I guess this guy's approach prior to this, and I didn't cut the full clip, so let me give you a good idea. This guy was like, this is not how we have to do it. If we yes, there's some changes that needs to be made in the Black community, but we attacking our women and blah blah blah. And of course Kevin Samuels is saying, hey, that didn't work, so this is how what's working is what I'm doing, basically. So let's go on.
Facts.
And I need more men to have some steel in their spine and start standing up and sounding more like me instead of like you. That's where you're failing your Black brothers. This sounds weak.
And I want you guys to pay attention to this Black man's face, the one that's listening to him. He's absorbing this, and I'm wondering, is he thinking maybe he's right? Maybe I am weak. And when you think about the many men that are following Kevin Samuels or have followed him, and I'm sure will continue to follow him, because, there's a reason for that. Looking at that brother and the way he's holding his face and chin and the way he's just sitting there, and he's making me feel, or I'm feeling, that this guy is like, yeah, maybe, he came in there to speak, contrast to what Kevin Samuels was saying, but Kevin Samuels is making him think, okay, we've tried that. We have to do this for us, kind of thing. And this is the effect that he had on Black men.
All women don't have to take us seriously. 51% of Black men are single and childless. 64% in the middle class. See what they're not.
But a lot of them are ugly.
No. First off, check that. Because you start that shit, I'm gonna get real raw with you.
But
I'm gonna get real raw with you. Check that shit. Because I have not made any presumptions about looks or anything with you, so I'm not going to insult men.
So this is an example of a woman calling in, and I guess she just pronounced that this guy was ugly, and he's checking him. And this is what Kevin Samuels' platform was about. He was checking people, he was checking people, putting people in their place. And for whatever reason, these people kept calling in. This is what is that what it is? This to say that the Black community, we're all looking for zaddies? We're all looking for people to just put us in check. And it's funny because it makes me feel like, it goes back to a lot of what Dr. Kressling says. And I also have a clip of her coming up about, us, we're like children in a sense. And for me, it's funny because a lot of women are like, saying they're happy that, and I can't understand the logic. When I first heard that this man could be gone, I was just so angry at all the press towards being satisfied with the fact or the idea, because at that time it wasn't for sure that he was not with us, but people were still joking and excited about it. And even afterwards it was like, and I'm like, dang, either this man pushed people, with Black women in particular, because there are some Black men that stands in that space as well, but Black women in particular, to a space where they just was like, like, is he just like, like, we don't care. This one, he could drown. We don't care. Or is it that, he shined a light on something that we are hoping isn't shined on anymore? I don't know. In my mind, I started asking questions, and that's why causation became the key word for me. Like, what is the causation of, him being the way he is and us responding to him the way we had and have?
You can't. I look a mess now, but I don't think I have to settle with a man that I don't find handsome.
Okay, let's do it. Well, what would you rate yourself on a scale from 1 to 10? Just your face. You cannot use 7.
A 10.
And it's funny because right here is something that I remember the first time I heard Kevin Samuels, going back maybe like a year, and someone brought his channel to my attention. And at that point, it was him telling a woman that she was average at best, and that she was rating herself too high. And I remember watching it, and I remember feeling like this woman was being broken down by decimals, and I felt so broken, and it really hit me like, and for me, it was like, I'm not watching this channel anymore because he's breaking women down. But then these women were, I mean, he just got more subscribers. Black women kept going to him. And I was wondering in my mind, like, is it because there's so many Black women that are broken and they feel like they need this? Is this something that, you know, or I mean, what was the attraction, or what was the point of going to someone that was doing that, to ridiculing you in a sense? But was he ridiculing them, or was he being honest? I'm going to open up the lines pretty soon, but let's just go on with the clip.
Oh, poor baby. Now let's try this again.
So I'm
You are not the most beautiful. You cannot overtalk me.
Okay.
I don't give a shit if you're 21 or whatever. It sounds like you had a better situation, if I believe you. A man who put a...
Okay, so that part.
I'm listening.
So this part where he just likes, you know, this is a total stranger, right? She's not an actress, at least I don't think, allegedly. So this person calls in and you're like, you know, like, and it's like the way he's dealing with these women, and these women are like continually calling, and they're wanting for him to basically give them solutions. Interesting.
First of all, you're definitely a single woman because you got the single woman tell, that damn smoke detector.
Mm-hmm.
How do you live with that?
The way that I've been living with just being a single woman is
No. Specifically, the smoke detector that keeps chirping. How do you live with that?
Can you just elaborate more on like what do you mean by the smoke?
It keeps going beep.
Like red flags?
That smoke detector that's beeping in the background.
So there was a lot of, he was funny. He had moments where, and it's funny because watching this, I could see why some people might be interested, or, you know, because right here, folks would be probably cracking up. And I'm thinking, so in the middle of saying some of the things that he said, which seems to be very hurtful, and some folks would call honest, he would throw in stuff like this. And that, I guess, that's a part of the attraction for some women to call in as well.
There's a smoke detector. It beeps every 30 seconds and it goes beep.
I don't hear anything beeping. Did you just hear it again? Because I don't hear anything.
Wait for it. Told you guys they don't hear it after a while. There it was. Any children?
3.
Oh, damn. You've been working.
Yes.
How many fathers?
So can we really blame Kevin Samuels when these women would go out of their ways? Because he looked like he had hundreds of calls waiting to come in to basically have him do what they seen him do. So it wasn't like he was changing up, and it wasn't like this was a one-time thing. Every call that he made, he kind of, played certain things, the certain role. And it was like, for me, I was just like, can you really blame Kevin Samuels? It wasn't him. He wasn't just doing it by himself. These Black women, or women and men, because I believe that he has communicated with men, and sometimes in the same way. I witnessed a video where he was talking to a 22 or 20-year-old young man, and man, it was savage, like they say on his videos. But these women and men are calling in. I mean, they made him. These subscribers, these people that participated in these videos made him who he was. So I feel like there's a lot of frustration towards Kevin Samuels and the content, but he was not in it by himself.
Gonna lie, 3.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always fascinated when I hear one with 3 kids, but why? How does that happen?
Honestly, I'm gonna chop it up to my personal childhood.
Okay.
I had both parents not really involved, not the proper guidance, and when it came to decision making, I didn't have the best decision making experiences. My kids are a good bit apart in age range. So I have a 9-year-old, 4-year-old, and then an 11-month-old. So it wasn't back to back. It was spaced.
Yeah. What do your children's fathers do?
One's an entrepreneur. I'm not going to lie. One of them actually is doing something with himself, but the other two, one's not involved.
To me, if he told you need to get your shit together, is what I asked you. That's what I asked you.
And I was okay.
And I wanted to throw this in because this is a clip where he's actually talking to a man, a man. So, yeah.
Well, to what
I tell you what I tell you. Don't talk over me, dude. You too broke to afford to pay a session, so when you don't talk over me, I don't know who the fuck you think you talking to. You do this shit with your dad, not me.
I'm sorry.
So, in essence, it's like our people needed it. I mean, did they need this? Did they need someone to be that way with them? It's funny because I see grown men saying the Godfather, and I'm thinking,
I don't give a fuck what your father's situation is, your mother's situation. I don't care what your situation is. You're still responsible for yourself. All you got is a bunch of goddamn excuses. But you're going to stop calling my show with this bullshit, I tell you that. I've told you what you need to do. Because if your father were to pass, if your mother were to pass, could you pay the rent on the place you live right now?
No.
Then that's all you need to be worried about. That's the only fucking thing that needs to be on your mind. Not how fucked up your HIV status is. Now, Are you 5'8"?
I'm 5'8".
You're about the size of Emmitt Smith or Barry Sanders was. You're a running back size.
Okay.
You can hit the A gap like a motherfucker.
Okay. All right. I accept.
So don't come in here and talk about what men should not be able to do when they got to accept somebody who can run out the power I.
so there was some of that as well. It's funny because these women chose to get on his platform and get spoken to that way, though.
You married?
No.
Do you want to be married?
Yes, I do.
Do you want children?
Yes, I do.
Do you think your husband will be a musician, an actor, or an athlete?
Yes, I absolutely do. What? Yeah, I know for a fact. That's the men that I be with. So.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
No.
Yes. Those are the kind of men I attract, I be around. My resume kind of speaks for itself.
of dicks, yeah.
Yeah, you do too. Like,
yeah, your cock.
So do you understand? I mean, when you have, so she's saying that she thinks that she deserves a certain type of man because, hey, it's the kind of man that she's used to getting, and he goes there with her. He goes and I don't know. Did he have to go there though? And this is the part, like, this is where, that statement that he made, was it for hurtful? Was he trying to be hurtful, disrespectful, or would that have been what anybody else would be thinking? I don't know. I'm going to open up the line really soon to everybody. But for me, it's really weird because no, I don't think that's protective I don't think that's protective behavior. And in my mind, again, y'all, when I think of Black men and what I think Black men need to bring to or is created for in our community is for protection and guidance. And I don't think those are protection, guidance type of things. But at the same time, I don't know. I'm not even going to front like I understand what it's like to have a father, because I don't. But I don't think this is right. I don't think this is right. Let me play this.
Your roster
Yes.
of dead dicks is nice, but you got no wedding rings.
No, but they got NBA rings.
Because
So
you're a side chick.
I'm not, though. This dude proposed to me before, so.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Before or after the orgasm?
We never even did anything.
So a little bit of it for advice, a lot of it for the super chats and for the likes and subscribes. I sense there's a little bit of honesty, but a lot of I'm gonna take advantage of your ass right now because you're looking like you're giving me you're giving me this ammunition, so why not use it? Exactly, I mean, a shock value. So, and I'm gonna tell you guys something. As a influencer, or not an influencer, I'm not an influencer. I'm just somebody that goes live a couple of times a month, sometimes. But as a person that do this, there is a sense of, and I think I talked to you guys a long time ago about this, where when you sit in front of this camera and you start seeing those subscribers growing and you see people coming in, you have this urge, or sometimes this, you do get this urge that tells you to do whatever you need to do to grow. And shock value helps you grow. When you're cursing people out, kicking people out, treating people like crap, people respond to that in a good way, and people come and they subscribe and they want to be entertained. Entertain me. And so I don't know, maybe Kevin Samuels could have been somebody that could have really talked to women, but he knew that the way that he was talking to women that way got him the attention that he needed from men and women. He was giving what he saw, he was doing what he saw was working.
For real, I just, but that was it.
Now, was this, and all joking aside, was this when you were in college, or was this?
No, it was well after college, sweetie. Last year, kind of like last year.
And did he play professional sports or like Canadian basketball?
He was a drug dealer, but then he went to the NBA.
And okay,
on the
and
bench.
if you turned him down, why?
Because he got 12 kids and 16 baby mamas, and I didn't want to marry that, for real.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
But Nick Cannon was basically saying about the government, like, just keeps track with your, like, just keeps up with your money. Like, love is about the human.
That's bullshit.
Like the marriage.
Hey man, Nick Cannon, shut the fuck up. This dude.
So think about it. His personality, this is why these women went on there. A lot of them probably was making up stuff. Like, to be honest with you, I just really think there was a lot of people trying to get attention, and it was a good place to get attention, because if you were truly looking for solutions, I don't think Kevin spent enough time. I don't think Mr. Samuel spent enough time with these people to give them the type of answers that they needed to really go back and be whole. It's like, for me, it was like they were all just, I don't know what was going on here, because I mean, yeah, just shits and giggles and insults. And this man saw that it was working for him. It was profitable. So
got like 18 women pregnant right now.
But if you think about it,
this show or this discussion or his channel revealed a lot to me about ourselves, Black women. I don't know if you see that.
No, I need you to be quiet.
okay.
Because you're listening to a guy who's a multimillionaire who wears a turban. And I'm saying this because you cannot talk about what a celebrity and a creative does. We're the only people who let the celebrities, athletes, and entertainers speak for us, where other groups of people let the business people and the academics and the politicians speak. How many women are pregnant with Nick Cannon's child right now?
A whole lot.
So you're going to listen to this man.
Hit the like button, guys. Subscribe if you haven't, and share the videos on your social media. Let's see if we could get some more people on here.
Instead of your father. You're 26, no college degree, living at home with your parents.
Correct.
Your father and your mother's lifestyle wouldn't be good enough for you.
It would be good, but it's average. You just said middle class. Are you living a middle class lifestyle? And if you aren't, would you go back to it? That's a real question. Would you trade up your millions of dollars or whatever? Would you trade this Instagram to go back and work a job? Please answer that, Kevin.
Now watch this, because this is interesting. So she's basically saying that her parents are average, and he's going to respond to that.
Would you?
The difference, excuse me, check that shit. The difference between me and you is I've earned everything I got. You just got a motherfucking opinion.
Kevin.
Every step, shut up. Every step of the way, I have made myself valuable over my 52.
while he's talking, she's swinging her hair and checking to see how she looks. So it's not like she's even hearing him. This is just an opportunity to be seen on his channel. For now, and this is just this particular person. Because to be honest with you, I just don't think that she's hearing him.
Fucking years. I've got 20 plus years of experience to pull from. $6 million worth of sales training, multiple different certifications. I am a competent professional. So stop trying to compare yourself to me. Stop.
I'm not trying to compare. I'm trying to
Stop.
obtain.
Stop.
I'm trying to,
No,
Kevin.
shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. And the fact of the matter is, no, I'm telling you, because the fact of the matter, you called your father average as a high school graduate selling bundles. You look at that man who's sacrificing, that woman who sacrificed, and you just shit on everything that they said in front of thousands of people. Don't you think people know your family? Like you said, you got 10, 12,000, got $1 million over here. You don't think somebody gonna hear and say, God damn, do you know what your daughter said about you?
Can I say something?
Bye. Say bye.
Listen, man, I'm making light of it because it is crazy.
So I want to ask you guys, when you look at this and you look at these clips, and I had to come to terms with this myself. When you look at these clips, the perception of Black women on these clips just come off like, yeah, like what part did they play in making Kevin Samuels be the man that he is, or respond the way that he was responding? What part did we play? Because there was, I mean, these women were motivated themselves every week to be, I mean, sometimes he had over 100 people trying to get in to do exactly this with him, because it wasn't going to be different. This is what he did. And so they were still trying to get in to do this with him. So
You're almost 40 years old with 2 kids talking about celibate. You need to be trying to give that shit away to secure a man.
No.
How many children do you have?
3, and 3 baby daddies, and they all gangbang.
So what do you want as an outcome?
I want somebody that's loyal. It's really hard to find loyalty nowadays. You really can't find it at the next corner or none of that. Like these men now.
Hold on. Loyal to what end? Like a husband? What are you talking about?
I want a husband. I want to get married.
What do you do for a living?
I get EDD.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, I mean,
I don't know what that is.
unemployment.
An unemployed mother of 3 with 3 baby daddies, and you talking about you can't find a man?
Yes. It's I'm pretty sure God, I want somebody that's going to help me. Like, you don't think that I could get that?
It's called Jesus.
You don't think that I can get somebody to help me? You don't think a man is going to love me?
It's called Jesus.
I mean, do you hear this? I understand that. It's not like what she's saying is wrong, but why are you calling up, even bringing this up to this man when you watched his channel? I mean, why would you even call? And I'm on, okay, so I'm getting unemployment. I have 3 kids and I want somebody that's going to love me. And is he really going to give her a solution on this discussion?
What's a woman's role on the planet?
My role on the planet is to nurture, to teach. I feel that every human being on this.
Nope. It's not your role. The female's role is to support the male.
That's don't you think that's a narrow path?
Name me any species on the planet where the female can survive without the group or the male individually.
Or name vice versa.
We don't need you to survive. We built the world.
You need us.
No, ma'am.
There's a little bit of something with him as well. You see, they're calling someone that I think has issues with their issues, and it's ridiculous.
No. See, you feminist, womanist, have no idea you're living counter to nature. That's what the coronavirus.
This is what it looks like when we're bleeding all over each other, y'all. Because Kevin Samuels is bleeding from a way that he feels about women. He's not all wrong, but he's broken. And she's broken. And or they, these people that come on his, platform. And this is what it looks like when we're bleeding all over each other. And man, the world is looking at us.
Showed you that your education and your ability to get out here, and you can't nurture shit without a man and a family. Your job is the man's job is to build. The woman's job is to nest.
Correct. And to
So when I said if you attracted a higher value man, you think you're going to make him wait until marriage? How do you think that's...
Sweetheart, I'm going to tell you like this. My cookies is worth the wait.
Well, first off, check that, sweet. No, your cookies ain't worth the wait because you ain't made nobody wait. You got 2 kids without a marriage.
My cookies are worth the wait.
the thing is that what works for a couple works for a couple. I can't.
Shut the fuck up, Lonnie.
Now, this is the part that I see that, this man right here, he had some issues as well. I mean, listen to the response, and I'm going to try to go back just a little bit so you can hear it again. It just came out of nowhere.
Is that what works for a couple works for a couple. I can't.
Shut the fuck up, Lonnie Love. I've been wanting to say that for a minute. Shut up. I and men like myself absolutely don't care what your swole up ass has to say about anything. But yet you still find a way to get your big swole ass up here and still have an attitude problem about something. Seek help. And if you ranked yourself, honestly, if you ranked yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you rank? Yeah, let's get back to reality.
No, I'm in reality.
No, you're not in reality.
I'm
in
reality.
You're not in reality. If you're gonna be a 10, we can end this. Because that's not reality. You're not a supermodel.
So what are you bet?
You're not okay, man. Check the attitude. Check the attitude. Let me just go ahead and say this. This bullshit that's running around with black women, they call yourself a 10, never say you don't. That is some of the most destructive psychobabble that's going on.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
5'10". How much do you weigh?
Uh-oh. I weigh about...
2 what?
Depending on the day, between 280 285.
So you're a fat fucker.
Yeah.
So you think a 5'10", almost 300-pound dude, how much money you make?
Like 400 every 2 weeks.
So you make 400 every 2 weeks. So you make 800 a month. You make less than $10,000 a year. Okay.
But how many 20-year-olds was Henry?
Hold on. Dude, I was a 20-year-old and I was making far more money than that. In the 80s, where minimum wage was $3.35 an hour. So I need to hear it. How long? You got a big dick?
Huh?
You have a big dick?
I mean, it's above average. I ain't no Ron Jeremy.
No. I asked you if you had a big dick. I didn't say it was above average.
I don't know what that is, really.
Nigga, you know if you got a big dick or not. Stop the...
So this is what we have come to as a community. This is the type of humiliation that we require from each other and the stuff that we subscribe to.
Bullshit. Every dude know whether or not he got a big dick. I know I got a big dick. You don't know?
I mean,
you don't have a big dick. That's the point. You don't have a big dick. You don't have a big wallet. You're a fat dude.
So, yeah. And I was being fair. I tried to find a little bit of everything. But that was basically the synonymous of what his channel was. And that being said, he was okay. So, I always try to, everything is spiritual to me. I don't think that there is anything by chance. I don't think that anything happens that should not be happening. Kevin Samuels was an instrument in our community, and what happened with that happened because it was meant to happen. I mean, it shines so many lights. It's funny because I've been hearing Black men saying that he gave them a voice. I want to speak on that with y'all, those of you that want to come in and talk about that. But going back to what I said earlier, after watching these and taking a deep breath and really just trying not to be biased and trying very much not to be in a place of disrespect, because to be honest with you, he's still our brother. Regardless if I liked or didn't like what he was putting on the table, he is still ours, or was ours, and continues to be ours in the light, in the spirit realm. What I'm trying to wrap my hand around now is causation. For me, I don't ever look at the person or the individual or even the situation at present. I always want to go to causation. And the first clip that I'm going to share and I want to first and foremost apologize. This is alleged to be a clip of his daughter speaking. You know what? Let's share the clip of him first. Because for me, I wanted to get as personal as I could to try to understand what the reasons were behind the way or the relationship that he had with Black women in particular. And I found two clips, and it kind of, for me, gave me some answers. So let's get started with the first one.
Here we go. A lot of people have been asking for this. A lot of people. A lot. At least on my end. I don't know about your end, but on my end, a lot of people have been asking.
Well, people have been asking me to where I'm going to go next, or who shows, such and so forth. So people have been asking on my side too. So that's a good time to go ahead and get it out here, especially with everything that's going on right now. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's get into it. This is our first time sitting down, so I want to get into your whole story and start in the beginning.
All right.
So you were born in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And I guess you had a single mother, and was your father around a lot or no?
My father was in Oklahoma City. He has, they never married. He has several children from other women. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. How many siblings did you have?
I want to rewind this because I need you guys to pay attention to this, and I want you not to just pay attention to the words that are being said, but I want you to look at this man's eyes, look at his reaction, his smile. I just want you to see his energy while he's talking about this, while this question is being asked. I looked at the whole video, but this was like the one that stood out for me, the moment that stood out for me. So I'm going to rewind it, and I would like for you guys to really hear it.
Here we go. A lot of people have been asking for this. A lot of people. A lot. At least on my end. I don't know about your end, but on my end, a lot of people have been asking.
People have been asking me to where I'm going to go next, or who shows, such and so forth. So people have been asking on my side too. So that's a good time to go ahead and get it out here, especially with everything that's going on right now. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's get into it. This is our first time sitting down, so I want to get into your whole story and start in the beginning.
All right.
So you were born in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And I guess you had a single mother, and was your father around a lot or no?
My father was in Oklahoma City. He has, they never married. He has several children from other.
Like, was your father around a lot? He's like, yo, he was in the city. He was in the city. And that stood out for me. Like, was your father around a lot? Well, he was in the city.
The women. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. How many siblings did you have, on your mother's side?
I'm the only child.
Only child.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Me too. Me too.
Yeah. Only child syndrome.
All right. This explains a lot about us.
Yeah.
Okay. And your dad had a bunch of other kids. I mean, was he really in your life? Did you guys have a relationship or not really?
Back in the 70s, he came around, significant birthdays, Christmas from time to time. I mean, Papa was a Rolling Stone. I knew.
Do you get that? Anybody that did not have a father growing up understands when someone says Papa was a Rolling Stone. And you can specify the times that you see him: Christmas, Thanksgiving, you know. And I want you to look at this man's eyes, because at this time, his eyes is hitting the ground. He's not even looking at Vlad anymore. He's looking down, and the way that he's talking is not as confident as he usually is. This is when he becomes that boy that did not have his father again. Now, some of you may think that he might have daddy issues because of that. No. I find, and I have seen in my own life, that sometimes when a young man do not have a father, they blame the mom. And they have this thing they have this sense of, it was your fault. But when he's looked, the way his face and everything because I've had that feeling, and we recognize each other. These people that didn't have fathers in their lives, you kind of sense, or you could understand what he's feeling. And right now, the way he's looking, the face, the energy behind of what he's saying tells me that this is something that not only was lacking, but still affects him. Talking about it is impacting him.
But we really didn't have a father-son relationship like that. But that was pretty common in my neighborhood.
Well, how many kids did he have?
And it's funny, one of his oldest videos, guys, and I thought was really, I don't know if you know that, but before he started really commentating on Black women, he was really talking to Black men. In one of his oldest videos, it is called What Your Father Should Have Taught You. And he goes into teaching men how to bathe, how to, how you should keep yourselves and how you should dress and how you should, go out there and work it. And for me, I feel like he was trying to give to the others what he didn't receive himself, which is deep.
On his side.
Oh, God. I want to say upwards of 10. I don't know the exact number.
So his father had 10 children.
A lot of kids.
A lot of kids. Some I knew. Some I know.
Okay.
His mother had 1 child. His father had 10. You would think he would be more hostile towards the father, or his conversations while he was, doing what he was doing would be more towards men being more responsible, but it was always more focused on women. And that again tells me, and I'm not saying that I know all, but from my perspective, that he kind of blamed his mom.
Okay. So you're being raised by a single mother, and was she struggling? Were you guys middle class? Were you guys upper class?
As far as I knew, we were okay, but like most people who lived in the quote unquote projects Oklahoma City, I just knew our surrounding.
Okay. So that being said, Amina, man, you hit it. He perceived his mother as not being good enough for his father to marry. That's it. And when I saw that, and when I saw this clip, it kind of, I'm a mother. And I was a single mom for a very long time. And I know, I've seen that look in my boys' eyes. I know what that, and when they were teenagers, I remember how much I felt like they were blaming me. Now, some people get over it and they become more attached to their moms, but some men, they don't get over it. I want to welcome Nespidi to the conversation. I'm going to be sharing another clip in a moment. This will be a clip from his daughter, maybe like a year ago or 8 months ago. I'm going to share this clip and then we could go on. But Nespidi, welcome. I haven't been here for a while, so I want to welcome you and thank you for coming through. Those of you that just came through, please hit the like button, subscribe, share this on your social medias. Let's get more people in this conversation. So tell me what you think, Nespidi. This is an interesting one for me.
Yeah, thank you, Gina. I've been always looking for your, looking at maybe when you will come online. I was wondering what happened.
Yeah, I'm so
Yeah,
sorry. I've been trying to get my house in order and just take some time. And to be honest with you, I'm going to really discuss why I haven't been on here for a while. And it has a lot to do with what's happening with Kevin Samuels too. I as an influencer just had to step back and really take look at some of the things that I've talked about and really try to go within and decide on how I want to move forward. But Les Speedy, you're welcome. Tell me what you think.
yeah. All right. Thank you so much. And yeah, to be honest with you, I think I've been listening to Kevin Samuels for a while,
Okay.
and I'm always like the kind of person that is so much interested in um, you know. Black people, living in harmony and understanding each other, that unity and love. And I'm also very much pro, black marriages and all that. But that was why the last time I think I was here, I asked if there was like a gender war going on in the
Yeah.
African American society.
Yes, yes.
Because I was like seeing different uh, opinions online and people talking and all that, and some of it were just like so hard to listen to. And as much as I know the thing about the manosphere people and all that, but as much as I was listening to them, to be honest with you, I preferred listening to those that are still like pro black marriages, like the ones that are still talking about, I don't like the ones who will just be talking about going to meet another, maybe a white woman or a Latina. I usually find it so irritating for me, so because I was seeing a lot of self-hate in that, and and all that. But I think one of the things I observed about Kevin Samuels was just that I'm not saying I know everything, this is just my own perspective. I think it was more. I understand. I think I can see why some people, especially some women, or might feel some way about his content. Because personally, also, I didn't believe that there's no hope or whatever for people as a certain age or whatever. But I think my perception about him was not that he was like too I don't think he had hate in his heart towards the women. That's just my own. I think you're mute. You're muted.
So you don't think that you say you don't think he had any hate towards or in his heart
Yeah.
towards black women? Okay.
I don't think. I don't think so. From I've been listening to him. I think from last year or so, towards the end of last year, and okay, I see sometimes there are these. Maybe it's a little bit. Maybe it could be a little bit. Should I say? He can highlight some uh, attitude, or maybe story, whatever some of those women are saying on the platform. So I feel like personally, I don't think he had it, and I also think he genuinely wanted to maybe make an impact, especially in the black community. That was the kind of perception I was. That's my own understanding of the whole thing, because I think that one of his broadcast he did, and he said something about. I think there were some maybe white people that were like criticizing him or something like that. I think yeah, when he was talking about this incident of Cam Newton, and when Cam Newton said something about not wanting the boss women and all that. So I think when he was saying something, he mentioned how the some of the white men are coming, after Cam Newton, and he was saying that when the black people try to point out issues in their communities, the white people, some white guys will come and still attack their opinion. So when he said that, plus how I've been observing him, so I felt like, you know, his main focus was, I think he was passionate about whatever is going on in the black community. I don't, he might not necessarily be unbiased totally, but I think the point he was trying to make had nothing to do with hating on black women, to be honest. Because most of the women also calling into the show, I think they're most of them, maybe like 90% of them are black women, you know. So that's just my perception towards him, and I just hope that people will understand it a little bit and not get too much into. Um, there are some other people I can't. Maybe I don't know if I think it's not right if I say their name, but there are some other people that I can't even stand. No matter what they talk about, I don't value their content because of that anti uh, black marriage narrative that they're putting out there. Like I've had some few guys saying that they prefer going to, once someone says that, I can't listen to them anymore because at the end of the day, I think the focus should be repairing, this kind of mentality that is affecting relationships and marriages in among black people. So, and that was why I don't. I feel like Kevin Samuels. To be honest with you, I feel like he did more good.
Do you think he
Than
did more good?
yes, I feel
What
that's
good,
how.
what good did you see was done? I'm just curious to be honest with you. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to figure out what good did you arrive?
Yeah,
What good?
I feel he did more good in the sense that he it's not every um, modern system of in the society that is helping people positively. So I think he was trying to also get people back to some values that
So you think
probably
he was trying to you felt there was value he was trying to bring black women in particular. He was trying to
yeah, like
restore the value system.
yeah, I think he was trying to restore some kind of value system of where, if I'm to put it like, if I'm to summarize it, I think in he was trying to bring like a value system
Mm-hmm.
where men focus on developing themselves
Mm-hmm.
physically, financially, you know, and and just the way they carry themselves. And I
Yes.
also feel like he was trying to bring value to uh, women, maybe particularly black women, in terms of rejecting some of these um, extreme feministic, views,
All right.
and embracing
I
maybe
don't
and
agree with
embracing.
the whole value thing because I think that he did a lot of telling black women what he think was right or wrong, but I don't know if that was him trying to deal anything with values. But I'm not gonna dis I'm just saying I don't agree with it, but I'm gonna let a couple of other people chime in because
Yeah, yes. I think I spoke
this is
long.
interesting. So, Amina, I want to welcome you, my sister. And before we go on, I want to say, Antoinette Forbes, thank you for the super sticker, sis. Yes, please, if you're just joining us, please hit the like button, subscribe, share this video on your social medias. Let's get more people involved in this conversation. We've been talking about Kevin Samuels. There's a lot of people that, really think this man was like the next coming. And then there's a lot of folks that feel like they're kind of happy that he's no longer with us. Of course, condolences to his family and those that loved him and love light to his soul. Thank you, Amina. Thank you for coming through. Tell me what you think. You have heard, you've seen so far. Welcome, sis.
Good afternoon. How are you, Gina? Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm
Thank
so
you, beautiful queen, for coming
happy.
back. We missed you dearly.
I've missed you guys as well. But trust me, I've been here and I've been thinking that yeah, I'm very grateful to have this space. And I really don't sometimes I just need to step back and to to really keep myself as far away from a lot of stuff that's happening.
Understood and overstood. And I'm happy for one that you took the necessary time to do what you needed to do.
Yes, ma'am.
I think all of us who love you and adore you can't fault you for doing what you needed to do for your sanity and for your wholeness of health and for your family. So no, no apologies for what you needed to do.
Yes.
As far as Mr. Samuels is concerned, again, I wish his family an abundance of condolences, heartfelt, solemn condolences for the loss of their family member who they beloved very deeply, I'm sure.
Hmm.
And to all those who really valued Mr. Samuel's commentary and sentiment, for those who really respected his commentary and his opinions, and who feel as though they lost a family member or someone close to them, I wish them condolences as well. For those who really are really brokenhearted today, emotionally and psychologically.
Yes.
Uh, that being said, I think in my short years on this planet, um, what I see is that we are all still a very emotionally and psychologically traumatized people,
Yeah.
of which we have never received therapy or healing.
That's it.
And we are passing down those poisonous cookies, unhealed, uncounseled, to the generation after and after and after. And this is what you see. We're just seeing more and more of a byproduct of broken people
Yes.
who are, like you said, who are bleeding all over one another.
Yes.
And so, how can you take advice about someone's personal life when the person who's so called doing the counseling hasn't healed from their own personal trauma? That's kind of like short of impossible.
Exactly.
And to do so, you would have to really be a licensed clinician, not a novice, clinician, in order to assess what's right and what's wrong. And even psychologists and psychiatrists receive counseling by their peers just to keep them on an even keel.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
so that being said, um, broken people can't give therapy to broken people. It's kind of impossible.
Yeah.
Um, I agree that some of these women, or most of them, who chose to call and put themselves on the firing range, um, have, you know, some challenging thoughts, and when it comes to their own perceived value, right? Because you cannot seek the edification of someone who you don't know, who's not a licensed clinician, and you're not looking for someone's approval. See, I've heard, some of the things that he said. I'm not a long-standing person of listening to his content, but what I did take the time to do, like at least last year or so, just to listen to a couple of his comments. And
Yes.
some of the comments he made were spot on, and some was just downright like character assassinating, right? But I also see through that, in that when you have to denigrate someone to the murky, murky depths of their being,
Yeah.
you're not edifying the person. You are looking to hurt that person at the core of their being. So who looks to hurt? Those who are hurt.
That's
And
it.
that's how I see it. People who, misery loves company, and hurt people
Hurt people
really do hurt people.
all the time.
There's truisms in all of that being said. So I, as a fellow brother of having DNA African ancestry as Mr. Samuels is or was, um, I would never want to see his demise. I just can't. Regardless of how I may disagree with his commentary or not, I respect his right to speak what he chooses to speak, right or wrong. I
Yeah.
agree to disagree, but I would never, ever in my life, regardless of whether I disagree or agree with his sentiments or commentary, would never want to see his life terminated. Who am I? Who am I to do that? Um, regardless of what I like or don't like that my brothers sisters do in terms of their actions and speech, their life is not mine to take or wish to leave this earthly plane. That's not my doing, and nor do I want that. And I am a believer that life and death is in the power of the tongue, and I never want that to come to pass. And people have a way of doing their own selves in. Just give them enough rope. And I think, I hope he when he gave his what he felt was honest commentary to these women, that they would go back and listen to what they said about
What they
themselves.
sounded like, where they were coming
Yeah,
from. Yeah.
because one of the women, like I was saying to myself, did she hear herself? Did
Yeah.
she hear
Yeah.
herself? What she
Yeah.
said?
Yeah.
Because if she
Like for
had,
me, I started asking, are they paying these women to come up here and do
I,
this?
I wondered. I wondered
Yeah.
where these were just plants. Were these bad actors,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
were these friends of friends, or were these really, you know, unscripted, you know, you know, because it was just like it to me. It fit every stereotype that the mainstream media puts out about
About
us.
black women.
Yeah, yeah,
And it wasn't the fact that they were asking the type of
and
questions.
black men,
It was
to
more
be
so
honest.
going to him, knowing that
Hmm.
they were going to get the response that they were going to get. Like
That.
the fact that he communicated the way he did, and
Hmm.
I mean, what absolution did you get from that? What
I didn't.
healing did you get from that?
I didn't.
Yeah. I
There
mean,
was.
for them, what did they achieve? Because I don't see, like, it's not like you watched it and you saw somebody going broken and came out whole. It was
Hmm.
all this person would sound broken and then he would just throw insults. And what did you gain from that?
He picked them apart in every way. It's like when you dissect the
Yeah,
frog,
yeah, yeah.
But in order to, you know, in order for it's like it's like a form of when you do something, in order for you to give um
Mm,
helpful criticism,
right.
you build the person up first. You see the positives.
Then you're yeah,
Then you go in for some things that need some work, some reconstruction. And then you give some hope of what can be done
but
to
you didn't see
rectify the
that
problem.
happening. So,
No. So
yeah,
that's where I said, wait a minute, something's rotten in Denmark here, you
yeah,
know. So I'm like, oh, are you a plant? Are you another yet of an adversary against people who look like you, to the point where I saw a lot of self-hatred, not only in the people, the men and women that Mr. Samuels uh, talked to, but even about himself.
within himself.
Even before the Vlad interview, like I've never seen that Vlad interview ever,
Yeah,
but I know that in order to assess people, you don't tear them down and not give them hope to correct decision making actions, their decision making, because yes, you can say that, but you know what? There's a lot of moving parts to a lot of things. And people on the outside looking in can say, oh, why would you do that? Well, you don't know the whole story. And when
yeah.
you're not walking in someone's moccasins, who are you to judge? Who are you to judge them? Be grateful that that's not you, right? Be grateful that that's not you. But let's offer each other some hope, some counseling, some some edifying to build them up, to show them, hey, you are better than that. You deserve this, that, and so. And I understand the choices that you made that denigrated you and hopefully don't denigrate your children is because of what you've seen in your own upbringing.
Yeah.
So, what you've found through his own familial makeup is that he is a byproduct of the same thing that he denigrated these men and women
And
for
that's the
being.
part. And that's the part. That black woman that he's been attacking on his discussions, that was his mother.
But again, like, and you assessed it so profoundly, Gina, about how it's very warped. How you know the people who it's just like an abused child. The abused child should hate the abuser, but and if it's a parent, they will go out of their way and have every flattering, they try to just make the picture not really the picture. They pick and choose, and they just make up their own fantasy about the abused parent, because they know, oh, that's still my parent. you know i I couldn't choose my parent. But and so he's doing the same thing that he's denigrating and picking apart these people for doing.
Yeah.
See, because people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. But
Yeah.
if you set yourself up to be a target on that shotgun range, then you're saying, I need help. And maybe there's a hint of truth in what this guy is saying. So I'm willing to be ridiculed, right? I'm willing to embarrass myself for the sake of a hope of maybe he can help me. I'm desperate,
Yeah.
you know. So that's what I got out of it.
And oh my God, that was the key. Another factor for me was the desperation of our women, of us. How desperate we were to have a man hear us, speak to us on this, and maybe give us some guidance.
Yeah.
There was, I mean, this is something, and it's funny because we got to keep in mind this was a time when okay, this, I mean, he really didn't start speaking to women until during the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really when his focus went towards black women and really doing what he's doing, well, until he left us. And during that time, he mentioned something on another discussion that I heard. A lot of black women found themselves by themselves, those that were single.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that was an opportunity to really see them. They didn't have as much power, control. They didn't have the ability to feel as like I don't need anyone.
Well, that's a defense mechanism,
Exactly.
right? So but fine. If you're going to give helpful criticism, okay, but also come with some resolution, with some solutions to build the person back up, give them hope for the future, help them to possibly think things with a different perspective, so they can make different and positive and helpful life choices, not only for themselves, but in the men that they look to pursue or be pursued by, and ultimately their offspring. Now, that I think no one could refute that would not been a better perspective, a better um, way of helping people than to call them stupid, to call them you're not worthy, to tell them you can
They're
say everything that they're not, but
yeah,
nothing positive that they are. And
yeah.
if you can only see the negative and you can't see any positive, then I'm thinking you're coming from a perspective as a damaged goods yourself.
So let me say this, and then we're going to go into the next person. And this is something that I want everybody to answer eventually. What about the men's reaction? So many men felt like this was he was the voice for us. He said all the things that we needed, we always felt and could not say because women took our voices. And you're hearing that when you go to their channels, you're hearing them. This is what they're saying. Like
Yeah, I've heard it. Even on Brother Bukhari's channel, there was one brother who talked to, who was in a discussion last week and or this week, I think. And, he just kept, over talking me. See, that's what's wrong with you women. I'm like, what in the world? And I knew what that was coming from. Like, I had to like say to him, we are not your adversary. We are not. We are here to help you. We're not here to take anything away from you. You are the head, but we are the neck to turn the head.
Yeah.
For those who know their worth. There's a lot of us women out here who don't know our worth. They don't. And where we've come, it's a long time in the making. We have to, if we didn't get that in our family upbringing, some of us are learning it still as we go along.
Yeah.
And if we're not teaching our young women, this is going unchecked. So, and I think in a sense, this is his way of kind of like doing what like Dr. Cosby was doing when he was telling us, look, you guys, our ancestors came too far for us to be acting like this. So he was just giving tough love.
Do you think that was all tough love? Because I feel like he
Not
was
all of it.
To be honest
Not
with you, I don't even think it was. I think this was his therapy.
I do too.
I don't think that he was like, I don't think that he in his firmament. And I'm not saying that he was like I don't think in his firmament that he felt like I'm doing something good, because I think in essence he felt like he was giving Black women what they needed.
He was giving what he thought that they deserved to get, and what he couldn't say to his own mother. That's just my humble opinion.
Thank you, Amina. That was
my
awesome.
pleasure.
Thank you. So I want to welcome you, Jacques. Welcome to the discussion. We're talking about Kevin Samuels, y'all. Rest in peace to him, and love and light, and blessings to his family. Condolences. I have to say, I've never really been a fan of Kevin Samuels. I didn't appreciate his approach, but he is our brother. So let's speak on it. Tell me what you think, Jacques. Tell me, what do you think about everything we're talking about? What stands out for you?
Hello, I hope you're well. Thank you for opening up this space.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Welcome.
There's quite a few things I want to say, but I definitely want to keep it short so I can listen to other people on the panel. But the one thing that really speaks to my core is that Kay Samuels is a person who is damaged and hurt. And the way he interacted with people on his platform was, at the best of times, just really downright disrespectful. I did listen to some of his shows. I don't even know how I got on there. I think it was just through another content creator, and 3 clicks in, I ended up, and I was listening because I was thinking, you know what? I should listen to the other side of the fence, the manosphere side, because I don't think it's productive to be in an echo chamber. You need to try and have some of your values, your opinions, your theories challenged by the other people. So I was listening, and I could only listen to maybe about 5 shows, and they're roughly about an hour each, because I felt like my spirit was being dragged down. And the reason why I felt that is, for starters, he had slapping sounds, like someone, yes. And I wasn't necessarily looking at the screen, I was just listening, and all I hear was, and it would just jolt me, and I just felt like I was on a tense tender hooks, like waiting for it to happen again. And he used that slapping sound when he was annoyed with a person or a woman, actually annoyed with the woman, with what she was saying, trying to get the woman to shut up. And it's just like, how is that actually benefiting this conversation you're having of you trying to quote unquote help the person on the woman on who's calling in? So another reason why I would call it a circus of hate entertainment, because it really, that's what it felt like it was. There wasn't much constructiveness happening. One of the key things I do remember where I thought, okay, this is a sign for me just to switch off, is this woman was calling in asking about how she can repair her, not repair her relationship with her family, her mother and her father, but she was just talking about trying to, as educated women, because he really did not like educated women, particularly women who had more than a degree. That was just like kryptonite to him. But she just wanted to hear his advice, and she came across as kind of relatively humble. But he was really breaking her down, and he asked her, was your father in your life? And she said, yes, he was, but he wasn't really there emotionally. And he, as soon as she said that, he went in for her neck. And he said, at least he was there. You know, I don't understand ungrateful people like you, women like you. You complain when your father's not there. It really stuck. It really was like a dagger in my heart, because he just didn't want to listen to the fact that there are some people who are in pain even when their fathers are there, because they're not emotionally present. And I always thought, this is a really big indication that you're not listening, or you don't have much empathy for the people who call your show. It's as if basically, and then that's when I was like, okay, I've had enough. After the viral thing that happened, I really think he started ramping up videos of talking to women who clearly seem like they have quite a few issues where they need to seek professional counsel. Mm-hmm. And I think it was mainly for views, for clout, for money, because before the viral Average at Best video, he mainly was talking to women through they would call in, but you won't see their face. And it was quite a few women who were who sounded like they were educated and had relatively their shit together. But that's my perception, and that may not be 100% true. But then after the viral video, I feel like, I don't know, maybe he was seeking more sensational, really obviously women in stress.
Low-hanging fruit.
If you want to call it that. Yeah. And I think the reason why he had over 1 million subscribers is because I think he attracted people who just wanted to see this, again, circus of ridicule and hate. Like, how is the next Black woman who we don't like because they are single mothers, or because they are Instagram baddies who don't want us, or who are women who want high value men, but they shouldn't get high value men for X, Y, and Z. I feel that there's just he attracted a lot of people who wanted to see these women get ridiculed by him. It was like some weird, sick entertainment, and that's why he was so popular.
It became a clubhouse for a lot of men that were broken.
Yes.
Had some type of something in their essence about women, and they needed this. This was like validation that, you know, they were not alone, and it made them feel like, yes, it's okay to feel like this. It's okay to feel this way about women.
Totally. And I have been reading some comments and listening to some men who really support him, and they were saying that they feel vindicated about why they don't like these women, because Kay Samuels is seeing how they are, and is tearing them down, is just destroying them or putting them in their place, and it's as if they're saluting him or clapping for him, and it's just like this. These women who come onto his show are obviously needing of professional help, and they don't represent the whole full spectrum of the Black woman.
Definitely.
And I just find it really quite mind-boggling that people just think that he is doing a good service to the Black community, when really it's only a small smidgen or small facet of how Black women are.
Right. I agree 100%.
Yeah, and there's lots of things I want to say, but I think I should just listen to other people who want to talk. And thank you. I'll
You're
keep.
very welcome, Jack. Thank you for coming through, sis. I've missed you. And we're gonna let Be Better, sis. Welcome. Chime in, and then I want to share a video from Kevin Samuel's daughter, which you might find very interesting. So Be Better, my sister. It's been a minute. Tell me what you think about what we've been talking about. What say you, Kevin Samuels, man?
Yeah, so Gina, I just want to say thank you, and it's such a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to be with you and on your panel. And I just want you to know that we are praying for you, protecting you, and keeping you in the light for all the good and wonderful things that you do for our community. So I just want to acknowledge you for that.
I love you, sis. Thank you.
Yeah, I love you too.
See, thank you. So,
and I want to agree with Amina. Of course, we are not delighted that we have lost this life. Right. So just want to acknowledge that. However, what I do want to say is something that you just said also, Amina, is that everything is spiritual. Okay. Let's start with that, because this is not really like an intellectual thing like we think it is.
Yeah.
It is very spiritual.
I agree.
And what I do see, I only watched him a couple of times because I've had people who actually told me to watch him because of
something
after. Yeah. And what I find is that our women are desperate, and they're desperate for love. And so are Black men.
They're desperate for respect. I
go ahead.
Good. I'm sorry.
I don't think it was on. I think women who called in, he had a niche of women who wanted to hear, what can I do? I am desperate. I want to be in love. I want to find love.
Yeah.
Yes, I do want what he called a high value man. I don't just want the everyday average Joe Smo, or haven't found a way to reconcile that they deserve love too. So to some degree, I totally get that. They were desperate and wanting, like, oh, how do I find love? And I think there are a group of Black men who truly do want to be with Black women, and it has been a challenge for them. Like, how do we work together? How do we do this? It's just not working. Because, and the reason why I say that is that I'm seeing more and more our brothers going outside to date other women. So there has to be something that's going on with Black women. So I think there's a legitimacy there. There is definitely something going on that we have not completely figured out. And the other thing is that you have to be mindful, especially when you are a messenger, because the universe is spiritual. The very things that you are saying, I believe that spelling, they say that for a reason, right? When you curse people, when you say things, you're cursing, and that comes back.
Yes.
And I don't think we as people, not even Black people, I'm just like people as a whole, that stuff comes back. So if you're giving out venom, it's coming out. just a matter of time that it shows up. It shows up in very different ways. And I do believe that the message could have been delivered, as Amina said. It could have been delivered in a different way, and it still would have gotten people's attention. To have what I would say more than 50% Black women probably saying, okay, we didn't really take a loss. That's not good, right? Because this is one less Black man that we have on the planet.
Exactly.
But it wasn't because of the man, it was because of the message.
Yeah.
We want to be educated. Yes, how can we do better? But we want the message to be in a way where it's deliverable for all women. We all want to be empowered. All of us can learn something. But it's just, how do you communicate in a way that it is the truth, right? It's raw truth, but it's in a loving and kind way. And Amina said something to the fact like, give me some candy first, make me feel good first, and then give it to me. But there was no room for any of that. And so with us being Black women here in America and always having to deal with, Black women are too strong, women are this. We're not looking for that. And so I'm just saying, I just think it's more than intellectual. It's a spiritual thing that's going on, and we just really have to be conscious and mindful of what we say and how we say it to folk.
And that right there stood out for me. And I have to tell you, prior to this whole thing with Kevin Samuels, I stood down from social media for a minute because I really felt like it's a big responsibility to come on here and decide what to talk about and then speak about it, and then not to play into the pool of trying to gain subscribers and make money and, have this thing work for you because you want it to work. But then it seems like even if there was a good seed to what he started, because if you go back to, and I had to go back to some of his oldest videos, his discussions were with men and how to be better men and take care of themselves, even telling them how to bathe, and that's what he used to talk about. And then as I watched, it seemed like it became more progressive and more profitable when he started demeaning and insulting, and it became more profitable, and I'm sure he noticed that. And when you find something that works, it's like that thing that Tupac said, I made a G today, but you did it in a sleazy way. So it goes back to that. But it's not just business. Like you said, it's mostly spiritual because, and when you say spiritual, I say spiritual in a sense where I feel like I was talking to my husband and I was like, when I think about it, I think about Tupac Shakur, and I think about the fact that there was two sides to Tupac Shakur and he had work to do. And I felt like for whatever reason, his focus became something else. And I think that when you are that magnetic and you are that powerful, you come on this earth and there's a job that you're supposed to be doing. And for whatever reason, you start doing that job, but then you get derailed by this thing that comes in and offers you the things of this world and maybe derails you from the job that you're supposed to be doing. I have a sense that something more divine than us finds it really necessary to remove you sometimes. And I don't want to, I know that I'm not in a place to really judge or say that this is the case, but in my heart, I feel like sometimes we come in this earth to do something and we start doing it and we start seeing light in it. And for whatever reason, we turn from it and the light becomes brighter and we think that we're going the right course, but we're not paying attention to that light consuming us. And that's not the light that we should be going towards. And when I thought about Kevin Samuels, and then I went back to some of this stuff or his old videos, and I think one of the ones that stood out for me, and if you ever go back to his stuff or his videos, the one that I want you to see is things your father should have taught you. Grown man, grown damn man training. And then when I saw this clip, which I'm about to play again, and then we're going to get into his daughter's clip.
Here we go. Here we go. A lot of people have been asking for this. A lot of people. A lot. At least on my end. I don't know about your end, but on my end, a lot of people have been asking.
Well, you know, people have been asking me to where I'm going to go next or who shows, such and so forth. So people have been asking on my side too. So that's a good time to go ahead and get it out here, especially with everything that's going on right now. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's get into it. This is our first time sitting down. So I want to get into your whole story and start in the beginning.
All right.
So you were born in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And I guess you had a single mother, and was your father around a lot or no?
My father was in Oklahoma City.
A lot of people.
When he heard that part, you had a single mother, I want you guys to pay attention to this man. He declines at that part. Like,
people have been asking for this. A lot of people. A lot. At least on my end. I don't know about your end, but on my end, a lot of people have been asking.
Well, you know, people have been asking me to where I'm going to go next or who shows, such and so forth. So people have been asking on my side too. So that's a good time to go ahead and get it out here, especially with everything that's going on right now. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's get into it. This is our first time sitting down. So I want to get into your whole story and start in the beginning.
All right.
So you were born in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And I guess you had a single mother, and was your father around a lot or no?
My father was in Oklahoma City. He has, they never married. He has several children from other women. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. How many siblings did you have, on your mother's side?
I'm the only child.
Only child.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Me too. Me too.
Yeah, only child syndrome.
All right, this explains a lot about us.
Yeah.
Okay, and your dad had a bunch of other kids. I mean, was he really in your life? Did you guys have a relationship or not really?
Back in the 70s, he came around, significant birthdays, Christmas from time to time. I mean, Papa was a Rolling Stone. I knew him, but we really didn't have a father-son relationship like that. But that was pretty common in my neighborhood.
Well, how many kids did he have on his side?
Oh, God. I want to say upwards of 10. I don't know the exact number.
A lot of kids.
A lot of kids. Some I knew, some I know.
Okay. So you're being raised by a single mother. And was she struggling? Were you guys middle class? Were you guys upper class?
As far as I knew, we were okay, but like most people who lived in the quote unquote projects Oklahoma City, I just knew our surroundings.
Okay, guys, so that being said, when I saw that, and I kept watching it over and over because I'm OCD and I have to do that, but I want to share this clip from his daughter. And I don't know, have any of you on the panel seen this clip?
No.
Well, allegedly, this is his daughter. I will say allegedly because I don't know her personally, but allegedly, this is his daughter. And this was a clip that happened maybe a couple of months ago. Let's go ahead and share it.
Thing that I've been wanting to talk about for a very, very, very long time, especially when I was like really at the peak of my career in network marketing, because you get so many people who talk to you about their problems, their life issues, going through depression and anxiety and just all around just life. And it's always been that thing where I just felt like I could not talk about because I was really just putting other people before myself. I was trying to protect the image of my dad, not just because he is a figure in the community and that far. But what I do always remember is that I always felt like I was second. I always felt like I didn't matter. Look, I'm about to cry. And I told myself I'm not gonna cry about like me and my dad not having a relationship anymore, but just talking about some of the things that have affected. My dad was physically there, but he was never mentally or emotionally there. And that is an issue within itself. I'm not going to talk about how my dad grew up because I have no idea. Every time I tried to talk to him to get him to open up so that I can understand him, he just made jokes. Like, I remember a couple of months ago, I was like, Dad, did you ever deal with any traumas growing up like that made you who you are? And he was like, well, that one time your Uncle D, he stuck me with a diaper pin when he was changing my diaper when I was like 2. Like, he just takes things as jokes. I don't know if it's because as how most men are, they don't like to open up. I don't know. I really don't care because I just feel like what you deal with growing up, you have the ability to decide how you're going to use that. You can use it to hurt people, or you can use it to say, you know what, I don't want to instill that in the people in my life. And you just keep it moving. So I primarily spent a lot of time at my dad's mother's house growing up because my sister didn't like going over there. She hated it. And I loved it because not only did I just absolutely love my grandmother and her husband, but because I was the only one there, I always got the attention there that I did not get at home. So I felt loved. I felt all of that. And for 9 years, I dealt with depression. I dealt with a lot of anxiety. I used to have panic attacks like in my sleep, waking up, just feeling like I couldn't breathe. And it just was really bad because I had to watch her disintegrate, like literally. She had pancreatic cancer and she died about 2.5 anything fast. And I think sometimes the slower deaths are just as bad as the fast ones because you literally watch somebody get really, really bad. I became suicidal because I just felt like the one person that I never had to question their love for me was gone. Yeah, I just always felt like I was second. One of the things that my dad used to do that really bothered me, and he actually laughed about it in Sunday's incident and basically kind of threw his hands up as if it was like, whatever, like that's what, and he literally said, that's what you're mad about. I remember growing up, he grabbed me by my hair, and in the midst of doing that, threw my head up against the car window. And I just remember thinking to myself, what did I do wrong? And you're talking about somebody, I didn't even get whoopings, I didn't get punishment, I didn't get grounded, I didn't get any of that. Because I was a good kid. I had a smart mouth sometimes because I was just too smart for my own good, but I was a good kid. So to not even get whoopings and to have something like that happen was really traumatic. And I remember when we got home, when I got out the car, he threw me up against the car. Probably one of the reasons why I have a bad back. My back is horrible. And that was that. I just remember hating him and feeling like the person that's supposed to protect me is not.
So when I saw this, it just took my breath away. Allegedly, that is his daughter. So this man that many women would reach out to for guidance, for direction, couldn't even offer it to his only child, his daughter, a Black woman. Anybody want to speak on that?
If that is his daughter. My heart really breaks for her. It's a sad realization to think that someone could profit over other people's misery and have their own personal lives in such dysfunctional disarray. I'm not 100% sure about the factuals of his personal life, but I think he is twice divorced. And,
yeah, he was married for 1 year, and then he was married for a term of 3 years on the second marriage. And that says a lot, because
so that's my question. Like, before these women and men get on his platform, aren't they aware of who they're talking to? Like, before, I mean, I'm sorry, I unless you're a licensed clinician, I'm not talking to you. I'm definitely not seeking your advice from someone who has failed relationships themselves and who has familial trauma in their own upbringing. What could you offer me? And you're not offering me any helpful and healthy remedies to my dysfunction. I mean, I think as a people, we're still being allowed to be emotionally let amok. Still, like, we haven't learned anything from our ancestral past. We're repeating. We're even digging a deeper ditch for ourselves.
yeah,
And just because people resemble ourselves, you still got to consider the source, and you have to do your own due diligence. You you really have to really do the work. And before you lay your life, you're going to tell me you didn't know this was the strategy or how he was talking to people before you called. So you called wantingly and knowingly that you can be maligned in such a fashion.
yep.
That's like going into the devil's dungeon. I mean, willingly, happily. So then you have to wonder, okay, so what's up with you that you're willing to put yourself on the firing range? What are you looking for? Even if it's bad, bad press, you still want it. You still want to. You still want to put yourself out there. You still are willing to allow yourself to be maligned in such a way. Then I'm asking, what's wrong with you? So
Yeah.
it's not just Mr. Samuels himself, it's the people that called in and put their lives out there for fodder. You also have to consider the source of that as well. So he's not the only one to blame, is all I'm saying.
And it's so easy to be here, on a camera, and people, they're getting a perspective based on what they think you are, because you've made yourself this person. You've delivered this persona to them. And it goes back to, I've always heard in our community that we make superstars our heroes, and those, where other people make, they don't consider them, though, their leaders, or look for them for guidance, where, and it goes to show you that, yeah, we went to the Cardi B's and Beyonce's and your, Jordans and everything else for direction on how we should be, what we should wear. And now it's your social media people, it's your YouTubers, it's your, and yes, like you said, Amina, we don't, I mean, how could you hear that if this person allegedly is truly his child, and she looks just like him, by the way, how could you hear that and think that this man have anything to offer? I want to give you guys an opportunity to speak on this, because when you look at that video, you listen to this, and you understand And I want to also say, I think it came out that he just now paid child support after not paying for like over 20 years. And he was forced to. Just
He's
last
a walking contradiction.
It's like such the irony to
It's a massive irony.
Everything that he was saying to these people, these men, these women, what they, what's not,
That's why I say we're not thinking rationally. We're not thinking rationally at all. You really don't know what you're doing. I mean, I think some of these people is just a cry out, right?
Yeah.
And maybe they just don't know any better. And maybe they had hope that Mr. Samuels could, enlighten them and be helpful and give some therapeutic, good faith responses and directing them down a path of righteousness. But that's not what he has done to the men nor the women. And the men that felt as though he was their vindication, you still have issues. He does not right the wrongs done to you. He does not. He does not remedy you. And punching back will not resolve anything. Punching down the perceived image of the women or men in your life that did you wrong does not vindicate you.
Yeah.
It's misguided. So what are you healing? You're not healing anyone. You're being continual in a toxicity.
Gina.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. Personally, I'm in Africa, and maybe I'm seeing it from a different angle. I don't know. But personally, I think even for him to have that much following, and also for most of these guys most of the men to be talking about how he's vindicating them, and some of the things he's saying they agree, or most of the things he's saying they agree with it, then it shows that I think if we separate, like I've had a few people talk, and there's a lot of going towards his personal life, but if we separate some of the things that maybe might have happened in his personal life and ask maybe the issues that he's raising on his programs that he was raising. I mean, uh, there are issues that a lot of people will find important to their daily lives. Like even here in Africa, if we're being honest, most of these things that we are seeing happening over there, it's it's on the rise. It's like it's almost the same way Africans are going, the same direction. To be honest, especially if you come towards the southern part of Africa, and maybe I wouldn't want to mention countries specifically, but especially towards the southern part of Africa and East Africa and all that. West Africa is still relatively more, because of the culture is really, still very strong in West Africa, still very strong. So most of these culture has really helped us. It has made a lot of men more, um, you know, it has made a lot of men to continue having this mentality of they must be able to provide and protect their family. And for the women, it's kind of also help them to, to be that support, you know. So I would say, from the way I'm looking at it, it really helps us to admit that some of these things are real issues that people are going through, aside from whatever he went through with his daughter. I know it's very terrible. If that's his daughter really, and she went through all that, I think it's very, sad, but it does not change the fact that most of his topics are real things that people are dealing with and they need to be addressed. And that's why a lot of men, including here in Africa, there's a lot of people that knows him, that knew him, and that were following him. So that's what I feel.
Can I ask a quick question, please?
Sure.
What topics are you referring to? Sorry, I didn't catch your name. You just finished speaking.
Miss Speedy, she's talking to you, sir.
Oh, yeah, in CBD, not.
Yes,
but it's,
CBD. I'm sorry.
yeah, like you see, I would say, obviously, personally, I don't also agree with some of the. I usually feel there's a way to make it to pass the message across in a more friendly and nicer way. But I agree with some of the things like sometimes people have to be a bit realistic and also on both sides. I'm not like looking at just women, but I'm just saying people need to be realistic and people need to when it talks about there you find some women who call in and some of them some have this when they talk about they've been divorced and when he goes on to ask about the reasons for the divorce, uh, you just discover that it's just very petty sometimes. Like there's a lady who called in and said she married a Ghanaian and they divorced because of cultural differences. And when he asked about the cultural difference, and I think the lady said something like, there's some things she, like maybe having a kid, and she didn't want to have a kid, So it made it look like going into the marriage, didn't she know she was going to have a kid, or So I feel like there are just a few. Those are some of the. I can't remember everything, but I think those are some of the scenarios that made me to feel like there was some validity to some of the topics and talking points that he had. Aside from the
I mean, I guess what I'm saying, and I noticed, Kwame, you mentioned that in the comment section, you said, let me not misquote you. I'm gonna pull the thing that got my attention. You said something about, I'm listening closely, and you all make it seem like he offered nothing of value. I have learned how to eat meat and throw away the bones.
I don't know what he's talking about, but
I think that's exactly what I am also
well
about.
I want to speak to that because, to be honest with you, we do a lot of that in our community where we learn to eat meat and throw away the bones. And I don't know if we understand what that means. I mean, of course, nobody is good. Nobody is all good. But when you look back at this, what good has it done for our community? That's what we're asking today. What has it done? Has it brought us together, woman and man? Has it reinstated structure? And I guess that's what this discussion is about. And yes, it's like anything else. Before you start listening to people, you need to understand who they are. It's just like when you go for a job, you put your credentials on the line so people can understand who they're bringing in. And I think our people, we don't do that. We tend to think that at face value, we should just take things and then follow. It's funny because I had a subscriber, before they subscribed to my channel, she asked me to be a friend on Facebook. And I guess after a couple of weeks of going through my page, she went to my message on Facebook and said, I think you genuinely are the person that you appear to be on YouTube, because I went through your, before I subscribe to anyone, I always try to go to other places to find out who they truly are. And it made me think about this, where, yeah, you could take people at face value, but because this has had such an impact on our community, and it continues to do so, I think we can take from this that it is important, especially when the health and the spirit of our community is in question, that we, before we start following people, try to realize where they are. And I'm not saying that this man did not have any things or any traits that were great, or, that he was not worthy of brotherhood or sisterhood, or, but was he someone that could guide or can breach? Was he working, this thing that, like, these men are calling him, the light bearer, or the godfather, and what are they gaining from it, and what has been gained in the community by it? That's all. This is a discussion of that. I know that there are other channels where people are spewing nothing but hate towards Kevin Samuels. I don't have that. I have nothing but love and light towards my people, even if I don't agree with them, even if I realize that they are not who they appear to be. It is our responsibility to put people where they belong, and to give people positions in which they can manage. I don't know if a man that had the history that he did with women, married one time for a year, married a second time only for 3 years. He has one daughter, one child, and was estranged from this child, and based on what she said, did not feel protected. Is that the kind of person that you think young women, old women, any woman or any man really should be going to in reference to advice on marriage, how to pick women, how to view or see themselves? No, maybe not. I think he is fashionable. I think he can speak on those things, but in the direction in which he was going, I can understand now, understanding where he was as a child, being that young man that, his mom only had one child. So he probably got everything that he wanted from her, except for manhood. And his father had 10 children. And, understanding that aspect of him and understanding the aspect of his relationship with his daughter made me realize that our brother was broken. And he was a person that appreciated truth. He wanted people to be honest. And this is really just an honest discussion about his brokenness.
Do you think he really appreciated truth if he couldn't be truthful with himself?
No, I say on his channel, he pushed that was what he appreciated. I'm not saying that it was, I don't think he ever really dealt with his own brokenness. So in essence, people that don't deal with their brokenness don't even recognize it as truth or not truth. They're not facing it. Like this man did not face his brokenness. He just created a whole new personality. Like he was a whole different person. He created a whole new different person and basically felt like that person got over all of that and conquered all of that. But you could tell that brokenness was still coming through in all that he did. So with all his knowledge and all the refinement and all the stuff that he tried to do to bring himself on high level manhood, he still was this broken human based on all those things that he experienced. And this is as far as I can see now. I'm not saying that I'm.
And I would say more. I would say he was speaking his truth. And that's the misconception. It's like, we got to realize that
Exactly.
was his truth. So
Yeah.
his concept of truth
Yeah.
was what he spoke, right? That doesn't mean that it is the truth. It's his truth.
Mm.
And what he learned was, when I did things this way, it worked for me. And so now I'm going to tell my fellas,
it worked.
It worked for him, meaning he was able to be with women in the way that he wanted to. He was able to
have more control of the situation.
He had more control over the situation, and that's all he spoke to. He said, dudes, if you do it this way,
this is what you're gonna achieve.
Yeah, it's gonna work. And so that was his truth, because it was evident that he knew this thing. He had a whole concept behind it. Even just the questions that he asked particular questions as soon as you called in, right?
Yeah.
He sized you up.
Yep.
So he didn't. So that was his truth. Yeah. And so we got to acknowledge and respect that was his truth. But that is not the truth.
Ooh.
Relationships are very intricate. They are way more complex than that. And so are people. And so if I had to ask all of us today, right? Yeah. If all of us are transparent in every single part of our lives.
We couldn't say that.
We couldn't say yes.
We couldn't say that.
So what he's learned, I'm a broken man and I don't want to be broken anymore. I don't want to be hurt anymore. And so I'm going to try something else. He tried whatever he tried. It worked.
Yeah.
It became his truth. And when he noticed that, I can sell this.
I can sell this. And he was
yeah. So he was selling it and it was working for a lot of men. You just saw the gentleman just said, like, you know what, I take the meek and leave the bone, right? So there are people who have benefited off of his concept of what his truth was. And I don't find that there's anything wrong with you finding your truth, but what becomes complicated is what you talked about, Gina, and the other caller. You still have to be willing to do your work. So you still got to go to the past and clean that mess up in the process.
Yeah.
And that may have been what was missing. And so now all of this other stuff is coming up, of course, and now people are saying, yeah, you know, he wasn't living his truth, but in actuality, he was.
Or we can only assume he was, really, because with all those questions he would ask, especially about sizes of women and how they're too big and how they're too fat. And then when he met his maker, he was with a very big plus size woman, which is a contradiction to the narrative.
Was he actually living his truth, or was he living what he perceived to be? Was he putting it in a package that he thought was sellable, like all salespeople do? You put it in a good package.
Well, that's not really a truth. That's just something that you're just marketing to make money. He kept on going on about how women should lose weight, how women are obese. There's many viral clips of him talking about how women you're too big. And then he's with a woman who is, in his parameters, in his definition, obese. So that's a massive contradiction. So what is his truth?
I saw that also. And what in researching, I heard that wasn't the actual woman. That woman is now suing because she said it wasn't her. So now we have found out the real nurse, and she's not the same size as that woman. And that's neither here or there. But what I'm saying is he was speaking a concept that worked for him. And I believe that men may have started to try to live that, or was living it, and they started to see it was working for them. And so that's how people create a following. If I talk to someone who have similar traits as myself, similar values as myself, think the way that I do, right? I want to be around that person. I agree with a lot of things that they say, right? So that's really what he did. And that's why it seems so authentic and truthful. But that was just a small portion of his life.
I don't really know what is authentic and truthful about telling women that you need to stay with an abusive man because he's wealthy, which he's done many times.
But this is what we got to remember. That was his truth.
And you're saying that it worked for other men copying his truth.
I would imagine so. If he had a following of men who agreed with him to that degree, because there are a lot of men that are really upset and outraged right now, right?
Now their truth, and I want to say this because, okay, we keep saying that was his truth. That was his reality.
Thank you.
I think I prefer to use that word because I saw many contradictions, even in his discussions with different people. So his truth was one thing, but his reality was he was also, guys, he was an influencer trying to make money. That was his way of making money. So his truth was whatever it needed to be. Also, there's a little bit of that as well. There's a little bit of, I'm doing this because it works.
There's not having a strong foundation or morals doing that.
But it's the truth though. That's the part, that's the one thing that is true. More than anything is that he saw that this worked.
And people bought into it.
People bought into it. It worked for them. It worked for him. I mean, this man was getting what, $10,000 per person to meet with him?
Yep.
Think about it. Why would you stop doing something that is your meat and bread?
And the other thing, Gina, is if it wasn't working for people to some degree, he would not have been able to capitalize in that manner. So what I'm saying is, we made him who he was, right? Who was watching? Who were those people watching? And I didn't watch him, and it seemed like most of your panel didn't watch him as well, right? But there's a whole group of people who kind of sort of agreed with his concept.
Damaged men and damaged women.
I agree with you. But what do we do about that, right? So I'm hoping that now that this happened, that this begins to have a really authentic conversation about how do we resolve this? How do we resolve whatever we got going on with us as men and women? Because we need each other. We cannot exist without one another.
Absolutely.
And I'm talking about the Black community existence.
Exactly.
So this is a whole other level of conversation. This is like a wake-up call for all of us. So it's obvious that women was listening to him who were desperate to find a mate, want to be in love, and they thought, well, maybe if I did this, or maybe if I did that, maybe this would work, because the other things I've been trying isn't working. So that tells us right there that there's something missing with our women.
Right. And I've seen women said, hey, tell me what to do. Clearly, I don't know what I'm doing, but look what you went to. You went to another emotionally and psychologically damaged individual seeking help. Yes, it's a cry out, but it's like going, I'm not perceiving him as the devil, but you're going to another damaged person just like you are, emotionally and psychologically, to get your counseling. And that's dangerous. That is wholly dangerous.
That's that broken.
Wholly dangerous.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is. It is very dangerous. And what do we do about it? So what are the solutions?
Exactly.
That's the key.
Right. He is not a panacea. So now that we're back at square one, the key now is that we both need to do the necessary work and get professional counseling. Not novice counseling, but authentic, helpful, healthy counseling that heals us once and for all.
I want to share a clip from Dr. Cressling Wrestling. And I think that it's funny because when I finished listening to him, his daughter, and saw some of the stuff that he was doing or looked at some of the content that he was putting out, just trying to get a better understanding of what this person was and what their goal. I mean, what was the core? You know, I talked about this a year ago when I said, you know, what's your base? What was his base? His reasoning. It this video came to mind, and I wanted to, you know, and I thought community, and I was like, okay, so what are the causes, you know, what the underlying causes behind why the women respond the way they do towards him, the men respond for the most part, not all men, but most men, it seems, and most women respond the way they do. And okay, so let me share the clip.
And so this is what has happened amongst black people. And I say, going back to the crest theory, that the attack on the black male by the system of white supremacy, because of its concern about white genetic survival, is what has foundationally caused the collapse of the so-called black family structure, and therefore large numbers of young male children being forced to function without father guidance. Do you see, when you have children longing for fathers and no fathers are around because the fathers have been in one or another way destroyed, and so the children gather together, one of the phenomena is they can gather together in gangs, or they can feel frightened and immature, scared, you see, because everybody is frustrated and angry, or large numbers of people frustrated and angry and fighting, and so therefore I have to defend myself. Do you see? But we have to go back and look at what is that cause? What is the causation?
Because often we don't look at the cause. We just look at
some things we look at. What is the cause?
Yeah, and sometimes
you see, at other things we don't. When you don't want to solve a problem, you never look for causation. Do you see? If you want the status quo to be maintained, then you start the alphabet at K instead of starting at A. Am I making? Do you see? Yeah. If you want us to understand the alphabet, you start at A. Do you see? But if you want to pretend as though you are addressing the problem.
You know, that just reminds me, a few years ago, this thing with David Kennedy down in Florida. You know, he died from an overdose of drug, and they had all the studies of why David didn't have his father there, and didn't feel his father's love oozing through his hand. Well, by the same token, how many black kids who don't have fathers too, and they don't do no study on them at all?
Do you see, if anybody just looked at the issue, what does a male child feel? Do you see, when father's not available to buy a birthday present, to buy Christmas presents, or to give general support? The deep depression that child is in. One of the psychiatric centers, I will not name, in our area has an ad that comes on TV, do you see, about an adult male feeling down and depressed, and how, you know, it's so important that relatives and other people understand and call this, you know, mental health treatment center so the person can get help. Do you see? But we can have understanding for an adult who may be sad, but no understanding for a child. Do you see? When that happens, then you know that the society is really in trouble. When there is no understanding about the needs of children. Do you see? Because children are the future.
And it's very profound psychological impact upon the child, too.
Exactly. Do you see? So that for people who are genuinely interested in not just lamenting and complaining, but who say, we must understand these problems, that we are determined to, then I say, put children at the top of the agenda. You see, no, we're not going to put our major effort into punishing children. We are going to see where we have failed as older people. You see, because children are invited to the planet. Every child, white, black, brown, red, or yellow, is invited
to the planet.
That's like being invited to a party. Do you see? And then when you get there, you're hatcheted, as opposed to entertained and fed and allowed to be made comfortable, do you see, and feel whole.
You know, that reminds me also about the people who the abortion issue, pro-lifers and all, and that, you know, that whole issue. So concerned about, you know, children that are yet unborn, but don't seem to be so concerned.
But the ones who are already here, you allow them to be homeless or to starve. There's a contradiction.
Yeah.
And I don't need to say any more.
And no more needs to be said about that. I want to ask you also about your position on the chessboard.
Oh, the concept of the
analogy.
chessboard. Okay.
Yes.
I'm not a chess player, but I read about chess and understand the concept in the game, and I say that anyone who is interested in understanding the issue of racism, white supremacy, should understand the concept of the chessboard. Because when people sit down, they have chess tournaments, international chess tournaments, international chess tournaments, and people play chess without hating their opponent. Do you see? But for a given game, somebody is playing the white side of the chessboard and the other party is playing the black side of the chessboard. White always moves first, so that would be analogous to white supremacy or the domination of people of color that would be on the black side of the chessboard. Now, black people heretofore have been saying, please stop, don't do this, don't do that. Do you see? It would be analogous to the person on the black side of the chessboard saying to the person on the white side of the chessboard, don't move against my position. Do you see? Okay. But if you understand chess and you understand, no, that position, do you see, the white king moving to checkmate the black king is the name of the game.
And you have to understand.
And if you understand that, then you can play the black side of the chessboard playing defense, offense. You can play the victory. Do you see? But if you think you will not win any chess tournaments thinking that you can ask your opponent, it's like on a football field. Do you see? One team asking the other team to help me make points, as opposed to you must analyze, first of all, the game. You must analyze all of the moves on the field or the board that will allow you to progress forward in the presence of a structured opposition. So I suggest that black people move into the 21st century with a comprehensive understanding of chess, do you see, or a comprehensive understanding of racism, white supremacy, the necessity for playing for white genetic survival, and then the majority people on the planet who are looked upon as a threat to white genetic survival. Do you see, playing the opposite side of the chessboard for justice and peace.
Dr. Wilson, we're going to take a break right here. We're going to be right back.
I saw this, and this is a longer video, man. If you haven't read her book, I think you guys need to really check out this woman. And I think, we need it more in this time than ever in reference to trying to keep our families together, rebuilding our communities, the values that have been distorted by some of the ways that we feel about each other. I don't think I don't think this thing is over. I truly believe, like I said, it's spiritual for me. And I feel like what Kevin Samuels did, or his work in this spiritual matter, was uncapping something that was shut for a very long time. He said something in one of his videos that stood out to me. He said, I speak to men all the time, and this is how they feel. And I know that he didn't speak for all men, but he spoke for a large number, y'all. And even if it's only half, there are half. And it also revealed a lot about how we as Black women, how desperate we are for that attention. Not all of us, but some of us. At least 1 million something that needed that attention from Black men, good or bad. Be it good or bad. And I don't think that we stand alone in this. I'm sure there's a lot of communities that, outside of the melanated race that we come from, that deal with a lot of this. But I think with us, we've really not had any room to heal
at
as
all.
people.
At all. And that's not an excuse, Gina.
Yeah.
I mean, we keep spewing the narrative as if we're a whole people.
Yeah.
Nothing about us is whole. Our daily existence is a threat to people, and why they feel that they should do the things they do and hinder our progress, murder us while having children, um, trying to be healed from COVID, from your daily interactions of just going to the bank, going to the supermarket, pumping gas in your car, going to the supermarket and buying food for your family and trying to provide for your family. Our daily existence is a threat to many. And when you're living in such a toxic environment, what normalcy can come out of that? How can you be so-called normal or healthy in those types in that type of environment? Your perceived ideology of love might be to be taken care of or to be provided for. It may not be emotional to be told I love you. Most people don't understand what that emotion is, let alone how to display what it should look like in a healthy context, right? So we have to bear those things in mind. A lot of other groups have not had and do not have their very existence threatened by a mere fact of envy and fear and condemnation and all of those adjectives because it feels like it threatens their existence. Nobody has that but us at this moment. We are the target, right? And it's convenient for people to do that. So bearing that in mind, it's like, we have to try to find a way to heal ourselves while still living in this toxic environment.
Yeah.
And I would like to see somebody do that and do it effectively. You know, no other group, I don't believe any other group can. And we do it and we do the things we do, and it's not making excuses. It's a byproduct of the trauma we're living in. So you're trying to understand, well, why are these people doing the things they're doing? You have systemic trauma throughout their time in this toxic country.
Yeah.
And it's embedded in the policies, in the legislations, in the rules, in the judicial rules, in every aspect of functioning that no other group have to abide by and live under and try to survive through. So it's not an excuse, it's just exactly how it is.
Yeah.
So it's like, please don't blame the person who's dealing with the trauma as if they're the ones who are the
Guilty.
perpetrators
Yeah.
of their own trauma. Like,
Victim blaming.
it's
Yeah.
like a caged animal. And then when the animal, you know, gnaws itself to death, you're like, well, why would you do that? Well, if you were put in a situation such as that, you don't know what you would do.
Whatever you need to do to get free.
Right.
At this point.
Exactly.
If that arm is stuck in that,
Exactly.
and you need to cut that arm off. But and I think
To
you're
stop the
saying
trauma.
something that's it's like, are we at that place as a people? And I don't think we've ever cut off that arm. Are we
I
at that
think we're
point?
on a precipice of that.
But I think we're there on the path of it.
Yeah.
And I don't know. And when you think of it that way, then it makes sense that this too was a necessary
There
part.
you go.
And I
There you
think
go.
that the universe, the creators, and the spiritual bodies that are greater than all of us has said, okay, this part is now. Let's get to the next part.
Right.
And I'm hoping as a people that we can move forward to the next part and heal. Because
we need help.
These gender wars,
But
they
this is more
Yeah.
for other people than for us, right? We just get pulled into it because we qualify stuff for people,
Now we
right?
have to take our responsibility in it. We play it too. We were broken and we were hurt, and like you said, hurt people, and we found it very easy to hurt ourselves.
Well, yes, because
Very easy
you've
to
been
turn a gun on each other.
you have been inundated
Yeah.
and cajoled and been duped into believing that you are
Yeah, there were so
the
many.
you are the reason for your own demise, for your own denigration, for your own hurt, for your own psychological and emotional trauma, for your own dilatory acts against yourself. You are the reason, you are the cause. But
Yeah.
that's what warped minded people, that's what a really warped minded individual will do. It's like you could argue with someone and then they try to flip the script and try to make it like it was you, not them. And that's what's been going on. You've been sold a bag of goods. You've been lied to. You've been bamboozled. You've been run amok. And it's happened over and over. And like, why can't we see it for what it is and stop having this fantasy like perception that doesn't exist? Like the denial of seeing the truth as it really is. And when you do that, only then can you be truly free.
Wow. I just wonder as a people if we're ready for freedom, because we've been here before, many times over.
But not in this kind of, but not in this framework and different, same toxic environment, but it's worsened more so now
Mhm.
because it's giving the impression that you're free, but you're not. We're still on a plantation. We're just given a longer rope in some respects. But every now and then they pull that rope to let you know, no, you're not really free. It's a warped perception that you're free, but you're not really free because then certain things happen, and then the feardom comes, and then the blame comes, and then um, you relying on people who never desired you to be really free. It's like, and then we question our own freedom. Like, do we deserve real freedom? Do we really deserve the fat of the land? Do we deserve all that we should be rightfully entitled to as part spirit and part human? And I think some of us are, the miseducation is worsening day by day, and it's going now to the younger generation, and they're acting the way that they're acting. The self denigration is at an all time high, exponentially, and it's frightening because I'm saying you know, this is the world we're leaving.
I really believe I agree with Igwe here, where it says it's not the system; it's our inability to form stable families and
Then
strong
he
communities
doesn't get it.
that's
Then he
keeping
doesn't get it
us in a
because
rut.
the
But let's think
system.
about this here. Let's think about this, because to be honest with you, the system is what it is.
But how can you form
I can't.
any so-called stable, so-called normal environment in a toxic system, systemic, institutional, racist environment? You'd be hard pressed to find it.
You know what?
What's
I
normal for
think.
somebody is not normal for another person.
I just give me some time to speak to this. I look at this statement and I'm thinking that the system will probably always be the system. Um, and it's been the system for a very long time. the only dynamics that can shift, the only dynamics that we can shift as a people is how we and what we allow and our dependency on the system. Because you see, when we think about how high value men and high value women, whatever that was always talked about on Kevin Samuels' channel, what does that mean to us as a people? Some of the things that they were talking about had everything to do with the system. Some of the achievements, things to look for in people, had a lot to do, or were some of the benefits that come with being in the system. Do we lie to ourselves when we say it's the system, but we are willing participants and don't feel like we can even move forward without the system? I mean, can you blame something that this system, we're holding on to it just as much as it's holding on to us. And I can't, like I said, I can't wrap my head around ever thinking that the system is going to change. I think the change has to come through us.
I agree.
And so for me, our inability to look past the system and see what's there for us past it, and coming together and understanding, like Dr. Wrestling said, that, you know, Black love is a revolutionary act.
Mm-hmm.
Not being able to understand that or put that into measure with everything that we do, our decisions, our the way we, you know, the stuff that we take from each other, everything, because we still want this. We still want the highlights of, you know, the things that are promised in this very system that's got us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, for me, what compromises, what sacrifices are we willing to do to move across that, to bypass the system? I was speaking to somebody the other day, somebody that moved back to Haiti. And I don't know if you guys know what's going on in Haiti right now, but it's not somewhere that somebody would want to probably move back to. And I asked her, I said, why did you do it? She said, because it's mine. Mm-hmm. It's ours. She said, I know there's danger there. Well, not everywhere. Where she's living at is outside of the city, but mostly in the city, there's a lot of danger. And she says, but to stay in a place where I'm never free, and, you know, we call it the system here, but, you know, to be in a space where I'm never going to be free, I'd rather be somewhere where I know it's mine, and I can, and I will labor in it. And I thought that was profound. And that's a lot what we talk about on this channel, about going back to Africa, about going back to those spaces that belong to us. The system, though, it does cross oceans, and even our brothers and sisters that are on a continent or in the Caribbean still hold on and depend on the system. We view ourselves, like when we talk about what a woman should be like, or what a man should be like, or what is high value or not value. We measure, we're using the stats of this very system.
That's true.
And it threw me. No way is it ever going to work for us. It's not built for us.
Absolutely.
It's not catered for us. It's not tailored for us. It will never fit.
And Gina, you are absolutely correct. And in the 1960s, do you know there were more Black families married than any other group? Okay. So to some degree, yeah, I can see the system. But what I think it is, Gina, we've lost our way.
That's exactly
we strayed away. We
are
strayed away from our spirit and our soul. We're disconnected.
Yeah.
And because of that, we don't know how to find our way back. People are like, well, what do I do? Do I do this? Tell me what to do.
And that's what I saw with Kevin Samuels. It was like us screaming, what do we do?
Yeah.
And I think around the time of the pandemic, we were all sitting in our houses trying to figure out what to do. And it made very much it made a lot of sense to me that he blew up because everybody was looking for an answer. How can we, and we understood, and it's funny because the one thing that came out of that was we understood that these jobs, these things, these material things that we think we have, means nothing if you're lonely.
And that lies where the anchor, when you don't have an anchor, when you don't have a spiritual anchor, you'll grasp at anything, like a person's drowning without a life jacket. And I think for people who have lost their way and had no way and didn't have guidance and had no one to cling to for life, anything will do. Anything that looks like it'll save you, but that's the same thing that's killing you. Sad to say.
Yeah, I agree.
But we look outward instead of inward, and I think that's part of our tragic flaw. Instead of looking inward, we looked outward, and that anchor is inward. It's not outward. And until we come to grips with that, we will continually go down that rabbit hole. Instead of looking inward, we can't look outward, because the outward is pulling at straws themselves. They're a lost cause. That's why what you see is what you see, because they don't look inward, they look outward. Where that outward will give you no vindication, no anchor in anything substantive.
Yeah.
Yep, and I agree. And emotional maturity and some kind of spiritual foundation is crucial now more than ever before. So it's like we got to do them all at one time. We got to heal, we got to work on our emotional maturity, and we got to have some kind of spiritual foundation. And I don't care what it is, but some kind of practice, like as you were saying, Amita, to get grounded again, to get anchored, so that we're not constantly like a feather in the wind. Where do I go now? Okay, this is not working. Let me listen to this person. Oh, this is not working. What is that inner voice saying to you inside? Get connected to that. Use that as your guidance.
Yeah, because we keep listening to all that outside noise, and that's all it is. It's noise. We have not gone into that secret, quiet place of our spirit, where all of the truth, everything you need to know, the answers reside. And it's not religiosity either. And I think that's the confusion people they get. It's not religion. It's not man-made religion, that's for sure. It's that spirit voice, that divine spirit voice. If you close your mouth and sit still, close your eyes, all the answers will come. You ask, you'll get it. You may not get it when you think you should hear it.
But just believe that when you ask that you'll receive it.
Yes.
And I think that's another aspect of that we stop believing, because we used to believe in our Black men. And I'm only speaking right now in reference to how the Black woman used to believe in her Black man, even during the worst parts. When we had no choice but to believe in them. It's when what happened to us is that the need to believe in them was taken from us.
I agree.
The need to look for them for security and all those things was taken from us. And how do you give that back to someone? Because you see, I think what they've been screaming through Kevin Samuels is that they want that power back that was taken from them. And they're looking at us to get it back. They're realizing now that you have to give it back to me.
Exactly, Gina, I think.
And are the men up for the feat?
And that's the part. Do we trust them to give it back to them? Do we feel like they're able to truly secure us, protect us? Because you see, when you heard Kevin Samuels' daughter, the last thing she said she felt unprotected. In that part. In that part. And I don't think he was the answer, even though a lot of brothers and sisters feel like he was. I feel like he was the reason for the question. And it's funny because I feel like this whole process has been a spiritual awakening for us. And I feel like, in essence, I don't think that he wasn't meant to do what he was meant to do. I believe everything that happened because it should have happened. And I believe that he was what we needed to have happen to have us hear Black men in that space be that way, say the things they did. And it was, for the most part, hurtful to hear, hard to take in, and not saying that it's all true. It's true for them, those of them that feel that way. And now, you see, I truly believe that we are now about to go into another phase of this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that what's best is to really look at the causation.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I feel like Black men are looking and need validation from Black women.
Respect.
Absolutely. And if we keep going down this road, we got to, I think this is an opportunity for us to really get like, okay, they want our attention. What are they saying? What is it that they need? And as you said, Gina, we don't want to, you couldn't have said it best, Amina. It's respect.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we get to a place where we can be open? Because I have lost faith in Black men at all. They are the most incredible men on the planet. For me, they're the king, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do we get to a place where we now respect our men? And in general, just period, regardless to who they are to us,
mm-hmm.
but just have a respect for them, and I talk to a friend about this.
Mm-hmm.
We got to remember, when we were kids, and I don't know, I would say in general, when you, as a Black child, I remember I could be cooking food, holding a baby in one arm,
mm-hmm.
being on the telephone, doing multiple things. Black men are a lot simpler than we think they are.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm doing all of that and my mate is unable to do that, right? I can see how that in and of itself can cause me to think that, oh, this guy he's a loser. He can't even do this or he can't even do that. I think there was a lot of things that happened in our communities because we started going outside of the neighborhoods and feeling like those other people are doing much better than what I have at home, versus molding what we already have, shaping it. A lot of times as a Black woman, I was married for 16 years. I used to lead from behind, come up with ideas and all kinds of things. And then when he say, oh yeah, I came up with this great idea, I'd be like, tell me. It'd be exactly what I told him.
Mm-hmm.
Black men need to be empowered from us. They need to feel valued. They desire that. They give us all life.
Right.
And I think we need the same thing, but it has to start somewhere. So who's going to do it first?
Well, I think humility on our behalf, you know the saying, you get more bees with honey than you do with vinegar.
Yep.
And I think humility will bode well for us. Humility. And that we don't need to do what other people do. They're doing what they're doing that works for them. And never envy, my parents always used to say, never envy other people for what they have, because you don't know the hell that they have to pay to get what they got and to maintain what they have.
Do you think
you don't envy people?
Black men, do you think we expect too much?
I don't. I think we try to measure our expectations by what others are doing or what we perceive that they have.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that's a fair assessment or judgment What's for those people is for them. And then they have to toe the line and they have to pay the cost to be the boss for them. And what we fail to realize is that we are unique people. You know what I mean? And actually we're more simpler than what we give ourselves credit for being. It doesn't take much to really make us happy. I think our history in this country have shown that. But it's treacherous for other people. It seems like something is like wow, just bombastic. But to us, it's simple. It's natural. It's natural to our DNA. It's nothing. It's nothing unique, but it is unique to others. You know, one man's garbage is another man's treasure, right?
Right.
So I just think what we need to do is very simplistic in nature. We just have to be willing to do it. Have the humility to do it. Have no pride. Have no hubris. And I think if we start basic, I think we could get a lot accomplished. And stop
Yes.
trying to live through the prism of other people. That's for them. We need what's for us. And what is for us is not for them.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is this, and I'm going to be very honest. I don't know if we can, and I think this is why I think in essence what happened with the whole Kevin S. Samuels and that whole man spear cipher was necessary, because although the awakening of them was not all positive for Black women, obviously, it's like, for me, if I could make it simple, it's like the lion awoke and he just started growling at everybody. And we're closest to him, so we got bit first. In essence, now we as Black women, how do we move forward with that? How do we deal with this thing that woke up, that's finally wakening up? And we're definitely the target at first. In essence, I'm asking this question because when you watch certain channels and their sisters responding to this reaction from men, from Black men, that are finally feeling like they have a voice and that they've never had voice because Black women took their voices. In essence, what should the woman's response be? What will be beneficial for us as a people? And I guess that's, for me, that's where I'm at with it. Like, where I'm not even saying right now that I understand what that is. Should it be that we don't accept this drama and deal like, let's say you're Cynthia Jesus, letting it out there like, yo, you haven't done A, B, C, D, blah, 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 and we continue on that? Or should it be where we step aside and we try to figure out what we need to give them and how we should give it to them to have them become greater?
Greetings, Gina. Can I take that question?
Definitely. Welcome.
Greetings, panel. It's been a while.
Yes, it has.
Greetings, Sister Soul.
Yes, well, I'd like to say rest in peace to the brother, Kevin Samuels. And I remember you did a show about him a while back. Mm-hmm. And when that happened, I watched some of his videos to kind of, get to know what was going on. And I watched some of the other manosphere videos. And there was a lot of things that Kevin Samuels said I didn't agree with. There's a lot of things about his so-called lifestyle or whatever, or what he promoted, that I did not agree with.
Right.
At the same time, there was a lot of things I totally agreed with. And I think that's what made him so popular. That he said things that, really made sense that we were looking for, like what somebody was saying about the Willie Lynch. We are looking for a way to bring back the Black family. And a lot of Black men are looking for that too. They're looking for, to bring back a so-called traditional woman. And a lot of women are looking forward to bring back a so-called traditional man.
Right.
And so in that, there's a lot of, how you say, gray area, with different people's preferences. But as far as this Kevin Samuels style, for me, it was kind of abrasive, kind of disrespectful, kind of like a roast battle. He would roast the women a lot.
Right.
But as far as what he said that I did agree with was we've all been indoctrinated in this culture into believing things that are not healthy for us. And we can't blame ourselves, like Amina and people are saying. We can't victim blame. We can only learn. And I think a lot of us just through our lives have sought to learn just from, like, when I was a kid, I was looking around and like, I knew there was another way to live. I was looking at society and I'm like, this is just not it. I don't know what it is, but there's just got to be another way to live because, as a teen or as a young adult, you can see that things are just not making sense.
Yeah.
And so, for example, Kevin Samuels, he did say to a lot of women, I noticed, that they need to get counseling. And he would say things like, the woman would say, oh, the man has to be 6'4" and has to make over $100,000 and this and that. And he would say, well, can he just be a plumber, or can he just be, some random job? And the women would be like, no way, and basically they were so materialistic that no one spoke about having some kind of connection or love or anything. And he was the same way in a way, as far as materialistic, as far as how he looked at women. So I don't think they were really looking at relationships from any kind of heartical or spiritual sense.
Yeah.
But as far as the other things, I agree with, I think that this culture that has us having boyfriends and girlfriends for 20 years and then trying to settle down, it really doesn't make sense biologically and spiritually.
Yeah.
Because what I think the men have wrong is they think that it only happens to women, that women, after they've been with a lot of men or whatever, can't pair bond or whatever. But the same thing goes with men. After they've been through so many relationships, they get cold-hearted. They just, and it's a lot of things that the system does, contribute as far as what we're taught, but also other things that are scientific. For example, you guys, did you know that women that are on birth control pills find different kinds of men attractive? For example, if you're not on birth control pills, you're going to find men who are really masculine attractive. But if you're on birth control pills, your body's going to think you're pregnant and you're going to look for more feminine, nurturing men. This is scientifically proven.
Wow.
So we have these things that are affecting us that way. The men have these things that are lowering their testosterone. Birth counts are down everywhere around. All these synthetic estrogens in our foods, in our clothes, in our plastic, everything. There's all these things going against us. So yeah, that's the system part. And then the other part is our own mind and spirit and heart and what we choose to believe in, and whether we have any like sacred energy on our side trying to guide us to the right way. You know, if we have some light in our life trying to guide us, or if we unluckily, you know, are raised in a place where, you know, we don't have as much guidance. And then it makes it a little bit harder to find that, you know, truth or light or whatever. But we're all looking for it, and we're looking to find those, the way, you know, to those relationships. And so Kevin Samuels catered to those men, you know, who are looking for that. And then I saw one video where he had a man, and he went in on this man same way.
Yeah.
This man was saying how, oh, women don't, you know, show their, like, they want to be with him, and so he doesn't date, and it's the woman's fault. And Kevin was like, well, how much do you weigh? Just the same thing he does to the women, and how much money you make and all this. And the guy was really overweight, and he's like, well, you're a fat fuck. I mean, he just went, he didn't hold nothing back. Like, that's what I'm saying, the roast battle quality of his show. That's what makes it entertaining, the roast, how he roasts people. But it was in truth. This guy was expecting, Kevin told him, expecting women to want to go out with him when he was so overweight, didn't have any kind of personality, didn't have a good job. And then Kevin Samuels asked him if he had a big, you know what, and he said, well, I don't know. And he goes, well, then you don't. If you don't know, you don't. And it was just hilarious. It was just, so he did it. He was an equal opportunity roaster.
He was an equal opportunity humiliator.
Roaster, yeah. But
I don't think these
I
values,
agree.
I don't think
though, he wanted people to like the women who said they have to have this great man who's like 1% or 3% of the population, but they were not 3% of the population. You know what I'm saying? And they were, I think the end of it all is that we need to respect people, each other, and love ourselves, and get counseling and all that, and just not be materialistic. People gotta freaking have some love in their heart, because if it's not about love, then I don't know what. But plenty of people, you know, ever since when I was young, plenty of women were didn't care about loving or anything like that. They were just very materialistic. If you had a good car, whatever. And to each his own, And that's just the men, when they're materialistic, they're like, well, the woman has to be like this, I don't know, Nicki Minaj or Cardi B, or, you know, that kind of person, you know, what do they call it? The trophy, you know, so that's the men's side. So they both, men and women, can both be materialistic. And I don't know how he picked the people on the show, but it's like the other manosphere people, like that Fresh and Fit people. They don't pick like the most intelligent women, the most together women, you know. And even when they do pick one that's intelligent, they like to break her down. And that's the part I don't agree with. And also, they just have a different culture than me. They only see women as objects. This whole idea that when a woman turns a certain age, she's worth nothing. So that means that where's the love, you know?
And you know the funny part is his mother married at 50.
Yeah, so I don't
he made a statement to the effect that if you are 35 and you're not married, then you are a leftover woman. That term comes from a Chinese, actually in China, and in other places where in Asia, where they actually have this thing, and it's governmental, where if a woman is not married by a certain age, there's this term that means leftover woman. He got that term from that. So and that's another aspect of looking at Black women from a perspective of other societies and how they deal with their women. And I think that was a lot of that as well. And it goes back to what we were talking about, measuring each other based on other people's programmings.
And it doesn't make sense because in China, for example, they have like how many men who never have been married, never gonna be married. They need those women. They need to change this hating culture. They need to change that.
It's actually where that term comes from. That's where taking it from and passing it over to us, and it just another aspect of us trying to, the Black man do not want us to measure him against the white man, and the Black man can't expect to measure us against other women. We have to get to a place where we measure ourselves according to ourselves. And I don't know how soon we can get to that place. Before I let anyone else go, and I want to welcome you, Bakari. It's nice to see you, my brother, and my brother Kwame. I want to share a clip that is short, but it goes. This sister right here is very controversial as well, what she was in her time. And I think
real quick, Gina.
I'm sorry?
Real quick before you share the clip, I just wanted to finish my thought real quick. I just want to end one last thing about the love between the man and woman. That's really what we need. We need to find that love. And in the Bible, guys, there's this one part where I forget who God's talking to, but he's talking to somebody and he's saying, oh, you did all these great things in your life, but I have one thing I hold against you. You left your first love. So it just shows, I think, where we really need to learn how to get back together, because
I think this is the beginning of it. I think that what's happening now was necessary. And I think that I truly want to believe that the next phase will be us unraveling some more shells so we could get to the core of what we need to do to come together. And I think this was all necessary. And it's sad because I feel like him leaving the way he left was necessary as well, because a big conversation is being had, and hopefully it will resolve a lot of the divisiveness that's been made in the building of, the awakening of especially our Black men. And those Black women that needed it. There was a specific type of women that needed probably to hear those things. I don't know. It's not, they chose to call that man. Why did they need to hear those things? I don't know. But let's hear this.
When I say that slavery tampered with nature, I mean that a major rite of passage for every male mammal is to provide and protect for a female and her young. Now, certainly we know that the Black man has been denied that opportunity. He has not been allowed to qualify to protect his woman or provide for them. They have told us that the only provision that the Black man is qualified to give us is one of money. And we have made finance the major focus of our relationships with them. We have made the one thing that most of them don't even have be the criteria. We have been taught that if they do not give us money, that we are not to even allow them to be a father to their child. We have been taught that if he does not give us money, then he is not qualified to tell us what to do. We have been taught that if he does not give us money, that he doesn't have any rights in the home. It's whoever is making the money who has the rights. That's not our system. The Black man provides more in a Black home than just financial support. He provides direction, guidance, gratification, fulfillment, and discipline for our children. Those are the principles that are missing in our home today, which is why our children are savage in the streets. We see those children out there sometimes acting wild and uncivilized and disrespectful because they don't respect anyone, because we didn't teach them any respect. We didn't know how. And a lot of times we look at them and we say, yeah, they're out there doing this, and we act like that they dropped down out of the sky. But those are our children. We birthed them up out of our womb. They belong to us. And we are responsible for them. And for every child that's out there out of control, disrespectful, ignorant, and uneducated, they have a black mother somewhere who failed to do her job, and a black father who failed to do his.
I like the fact that she ended, or I clipped it, where she said, and a black father, a black mother that's failed to do their job, and a black mother that has failed to do his. Clearly, we know that when we talk about, because this discussion, of course, is about Kevin Samuels, when we speak about Kevin Samuels, that there was definitely no father there. So that explains to me a lot of how he felt, or his reaction towards women, and his reactions towards the man not having power, because it depends on the relationship between him and his mom, and how he viewed her responsibility to not having a father. You know, that really explains to me a lot of how he came across. I want to welcome Bakari and Kwame to the discussion. Bakari, tell me what you think, my brother. I'll be with you, Kwame. Welcome to the discussions.
What's up? How y'all doing?
Welcome.
Peace. Look, but I want to talk about something. I heard a couple of things. I can't speak on the Samuels guy. I didn't listen to him. He didn't talk about anything that I was interested in, really. But I heard you when you were speaking. There was a couple of things I heard you talk about, and you said something. You say black men need to be validated. I don't want to paraphrasing about. You say how the black woman need to embrace the black man, or something to that effect, right? I'm paraphrasing. I can't remember verbatim, but what I'm saying, to me, that's a problem when the woman have to come. And black men get caught up too much. Black men got to. I'm gonna be honest. Our biggest problem, because okay, so I can say this right about Kevin Samuels, right? But that's one of our problems. We want to fight our women, and I'm gonna tell you my whole honest opinion. It's not always racism, white supremacy. I'm just being honest. Black men have turned to some damn cowards, and don't no woman want to be with a man that's a coward. So black men want to be validated by a white man. I heard a guy say, this was about a week ago. He was complaining about, he said, the white man, this system, racism, white supremacy, incentivized the black woman to turn their back on the black man, but he didn't give us nothing. I say, so you saying you want a white man to treat you like a black woman? See, I'm cut from a different cloth in the way that I was raised, right? So my thing is, all that stuff he talking about, incentives and everything that they gave the black woman, right? For me being a man in the way that I was raised, let the woman use it. And if I get a woman, I was always taught, if you get a woman that need public assistance, you're a man. You're supposed to do everything in your power to take her off public assistance. You don't ask nobody for nothing. Can't nobody stop you from doing anything. It's just certain things about me that I think that we have allowed get in our way to keep us from being real strong African men that we're supposed to be, because we're searching. And like you say, in this culture, we're looking for validation through someone else's eyes. When you said he used the something that came from Chinese people, how they view their woman.
Yeah.
And I can also look and see how black men couldn't wait for the opportunity for somebody like that to talk negative and talk down to black women. It shows our low self-esteem. It shows the weakness in the black man. And it also shows the low self-esteem of a black woman who would sit there and take that from a man talking to him like that, who have problems. And I always say, men like that have mama problems. They have mama issues, and they're going to take it out on every other woman. That's just how I see it. But I don't think our women, I've been seeing people talking about, they read the book, the guide, the black woman's got to understand the black man. So when is the black man gonna stand up and be a damn man and say, you know what, we gonna do what we supposed to do? We put too much on our women. We put way too much on our women. Then we blame the white man, or we blame the racist white supremacy system, because we don't want to look in the damn mirror and be a man and do the things that we can do and control what we can control. Like I said, if the system gave my woman incentives to leave me, I'm supposed to give her incentives to stay or incentives to come back home. I don't sit and complain about my woman. I don't have issues with black women. Not saying all black women is perfect, because that's crazy, right? But I don't have issues with black women. I love black women, the greatest things on the face of the earth. I don't have those issues. So ain't nobody gonna ever hear me arguing and belittling and talking negative about the black woman, the woman that gave birth to me. My grandmamas was black. My sisters, both of my daughters, they're black. So I'm gonna turn and have problems with them. That was a weak man. That Samuels guy was a weak man. I also heard him say, you don't ever fight up, you fight down, you fight what beneath you. He was a weak man talking to a weak male talking to a bunch of weak males. That's how I see it. That's my take on it. And I hear the mic. And I've got
I just want to speak to that because I was the one that said black men need validation. And what I meant by that, and I should have elaborated, is that if you in a household and I'm in a relationship, right, with you, and I am constantly criticizing you and I'm not empowering you and I'm not talking about your strengths and what you're good at, and if I'm constantly always saying that you're weak, and you're right, men are a lot more sensitive than they were before, because I think society has changed that. But the reality is none of us can survive off of criticism. We're not doing a great job. You can see if that were the case, we would be doing okay now. So not only do black men need validation, so do black women. And so I said, who is going to be the one that says, okay, they need validation? Are black women are going to wait for men to validate us for us to get connected? Or are we going to begin to validate them so that we begin to bring this thing together? Because if it keeps going the way that it's going, if it keeps going the way that we're going, the reality of is there won't be a black existence. I promise you.
Do you think
you could just look around and see if black men are constantly dating every ethnicity but black women, we won't be having children with black women. So
let me ask you something though, sis. I don't want to go past this before I ask you this. If black women are the only ones taking that step, like you said, who's going to take that step first? If black women take that step and black men do not, what will it get? What will we gain from that?
But we don't know. We haven't tried it.
We can't predict. Black women have done that.
We can't predict something that, well, it seems as if most of his audience, and so we want to keep it in the context of Kevin Samuels, right? So if we keep it in that context, some of the things that he said, like the other young lady said, there was some truth to some of it, like to some degree, just women wanting a high value man and not wanting to, saw that the working man was, a chump pretty much. They didn't want to have much to do with him, or, I only want a high value man. A working man is not good enough for me. So in that instance, Gina, I would say no. Every man wants to be validated, whether or not he's high value, considered high value or not. And so I would say, yeah, we have not. And so if women who are in relationships with men who are working class men, and you make more money than your man, and you're making your man feel not good enough or not valued at all, how does that help us as a whole?
Can I interject, Gina, when she finished? I'm sorry, I ain't trying to cut nobody off. Can I say something about something she just said?
Sure, and I'm coming back to you, Kwame. Thank you for being so patient. Go ahead.
I'm going to say, when she said something about if the woman make more money than the man, and you know what? And if he don't have no say so. And you know what, Queen? I hear so many black men, they won't date a woman that make more money than them because they don't feel like a man. I don't know what type of women they was dealing with, right? But I'll tell anybody, when my wife was living, before she passed away, my wife doubled the amount of money that I made. My wife was making six figures. I was making about $50,000 a year. I was still the man of my household. I think what it is, we have too many grown boys. And what I mean by grown boys, I hear too many black men, when I go to the barbershop, 45, 50 years old, they still trying to get notches on their headboard. How many women they can sleep with. They don't become men. They just stay boys. 55 years old, they stay boys. So I'm agreeing with what you're saying. I just wanted to interject and say that, like, that wasn't I was still the man of my household. When my wife was on bed rest with my son for 7 months, couldn't work. Shit, I just went and got me another job. We didn't miss no mortgage, we didn't miss no car notes, we didn't miss no meal. Cause I did what I was supposed to do. And that's just how I see it. And I'm not saying, I'm just the perfect man. I'm 50. I was born in 72, but I have old parents, right? My dad is 52 years older than me. My mama was 45 years older than me. So I was raised with a lot of what folks would say old school values and how a man do things. That's why I don't, like I say, I don't even believe in complaining about their system and what they have done. I believe in us doing what we can do. If we do what we can do, can't nothing stop us. And I think it's time for the black man to look in the mirror and pull his damn pants up and say, you know what? We got to respect, love, provide, and protect. We have to do that for our women and our children, our elderly, our community. It's got to be the black men.
And I agree with you, and I don't think it's one-sided. I think we both have to be willing to do that, not just one. And who's going to start first is that would be the question. I think we both have to do that, because just the way that we do have men that are not as mature, we have women too. It's the same thing, right? We both have to respect one another. But where does it start? Because if we could keep doing, yes.
Does this, okay, I kind of agree with Bakari. I feel like men need to take the lead on this. If they are to be the head and they are to be the men, the rock that they need to be, they need to take the lead on bringing the family back together. And I don't know, I know that sounds a little selfish, but in my heart, I truly feel like it would make the world of difference. And I don't think, you see, we as women, and earlier when you were talking, something in my mind was like, Black women have tried, but it wasn't our place to try. Black men need to take the head of taking their families back. Now, how do Black men do that? Is there a way that we can help them in that? Yes, we may be able to make it, like some of the things that were being said earlier, not having the expectations of what the societies outside of us put on us, about how we should see our Black men and how our Black men should see us. Our expectations need to be within our cipher. Yes, I agree. And I think that's how we could change the dynamics of that, wanting a Black man, not a Black man that brings what the white man brings to the table, wanting a Black man and what he brings to the table. I think it's what needs to happen. But in reference to what needs to happen as far as taking that step, it has to be him. And I don't know if I'm right on that, but I just feel like in my soul that the Black man have to want his family.
You are right.
Regardless of how much we give him or offer him, until he gets to the place where he wants his family and his position back, he's not going to accept it.
And here's the thing, though, Gina, I agree with you, but this thing has gone on way too long.
Yes.
Right? And against Black men and women, right? So what's happening now is Black men are dating outside of their race at an alarming rate, right? We as Black women, a lot of us don't want to date outside of our race, right? So where does that leave us? So what I'm saying is, if we want the reality of having Black family and Black love, who are the ones, it's a disadvantage to who? Because they're saying at this point, like, okay, it ain't working with the Black woman, I'm going to just go and date someone else. So it's at our disadvantage. So the questions then lies, okay, so if they don't see it as this is an ongoing problem, but we see it as an ongoing problem, who do you think it'll be in whose best interest to maybe do something about it? So
I think Ms. Smith is saying it right there. Black men, the one thing that's stopping Black men from doing what all that they need to do, as far as we're concerned, is the fact that they're walking around here without their power. And she mentions here, and I've mentioned it on this channel many times, and not, who took their power? Was it us? Did the Black woman take the Black man's power? And because if we did, then we can give it back to them.
How does that make any sense?
Well, right, because we're talking about the Black household.
No, that all begins with power. That all begins with power. Power is the root of a strong household. What this man feels or how he feels in the world is what he projects in his house. And we miss that. We think that we can just give a Black man a good home and feed him and be a good wife to him, and that's enough. But at the core of what men are, they're built to be protectors. They're built to be leaders. They're built to be, that in their household. So if they walk in the house and you could make them feel that way all day, they can't really take it in because they know what they're facing out there. And so in a way, when you think about Black men in Africa, let's talk about places like Africa or Haiti, where Black men is in a sense, even though it's not real power because there's still a level of whatever, but they do have a sense of power. Their relationships, regardless of what we think about them, because we don't quite understand the cultures in some places, seem to have more. There seems to be a more sense of security for them. And so in their manhood, they have a different stance about themselves and then about family. But when we talk about the Black man, in spaces where they do not have no power, because when you think about the Black woman, some of the things I've heard some of these men say is that you have all the power, you got all the rights, you this, you that. So it's like they're looking at you like you're an agent in their house. You're a double agent. Yeah, you're with me, but you out here, you got more, you got power out here that goes against me. So this right here for me, this statement right here for me makes me think, could this power come from us? This power that they need to have back, can we give it to them? And will that change their dynamics with us? I don't know.
Well, what power are you talking about, and how can a woman give it back?
The power that was taken from the Black man.
Power to do what?
I don't think you asked the question. I'm going to try to answer. I don't think we can give it back. I think this is something they have to gain back for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. But also power to do what? Power to get a job, power to feed their family, power to... I don't know what this power people are talking about.
I think it might be more confidence in the household. That's what I'm thinking.
Confidence in the world.
Feeling like the head of the household, or
confidence in the world first, and then confidence in the household would be, it's funny because while I was talking to you guys, I kept thinking back to the 40s and then the 50s. And I was thinking about how in those days, men had power in their households, but they were not happy. A lot of those times women were being abused and there was a lot of drinking. Well, the drinking was to keep him numb from dealing with the fact that even though he had all this power in the house, he had none outside of it. And that's why earlier I said, didn't Black women try that already? It didn't work because if you're giving somebody something that you really can't give them, they're not going to be happy because it's imitation. What they need is real power in this world. And it goes back to, it's going to be something that Black men have to give. It's nothing that we can give them. They have to gain it for themselves. And once they gained it, then they'll be able to stand in their power with us. And I think a lot of Black men think that we have it. Like those men that sound angry at us a lot of times I feel like they feel like we got it. We're holding it from them. If you could respect me, if you can love me, if you can appreciate me, then the world would. See, it's your fault. And then it's like, in essence, I don't think that's the truth. I don't think that if we threw it at them, built it for them, gave it to it, created it for them, we've done all that. I don't think that it would be enough to help them truly see or give them what they need to be able to stand in this world. This is not something that we can give them. We just have to love them through it. And that has been hard.
I hear exactly what you're saying, Gina. And what happens though is that if they're not coming home and they don't have it, it makes it even twice as hard, because there was a time, like you said, the 1940s and 60s, where there were a lot of Black families. There were a lot, the Black family marriage rate was off the roof. They was wondering like, woo, these people are serious. And maybe, yeah, they still had issues, external issues, but families stayed together. Fathers and mothers took care of their children. Children grew up and went off to college. There was a sense of family and unity that was really important back then, right? So if we created that then, what's missing now that was happening then that's not happening now? So we would have to look.
That structure was good for a time because we were coming from a space of being in chains. And so that right there worked for a time because it was more freedom than we've ever had. And it had a good run. But then as we started to grow and went to school and educated ourselves and started to want more, you look around and you're realizing that you still don't have a certain amount of freedom. So the next level of wanting happened in our communities. And yes, there was a time that we kind of was just happy to be, and I see what you're saying, and I wish we could go back to a place where we could just be happy to have ourselves and be and just be satisfied with that. But then we wanted to have more power. We were running to try to get those degrees and be doctors, lawyers, and sciences. We wanted to be able to live next to people and have the rights to vote. And as we wanted more of what they had, we lost a lot of what we had.
I agree. Now that I agree.
So power is what we've been. So it goes back to that power that we wanted. In particular, especially because we were talking about the Black man per se, because it's not to say the Black woman wasn't looking for stuff too outside of what was for her. The Black man in particular wanted all the rights that this other guy had. And I don't know if that was wrong, because to be honest with you, as long as you don't have all those rights, you don't feel like you're a free human. And that was the thing. So it led us into a place where we were not even satisfied with ourselves. Free or not free. Going back home to that family that was powerless meant nothing to you. And I think that's where it became, time for our men to start drinking, to numb through it. And then the abuse started, and then the disconnection, and then, everything from there. So for me, I don't know if it's ever going to come, if we could just love ourselves back to power. Yes, I believe love is the answer, but I also believe there's some action that needs to be done.
I agree. And I guess what we have to look at, if you look at history, who are the people or will most likely do that? Will it be the man? Will the men come to a conclusion like, oh, we need Black women, so we need to do this? Or again, is it going to be the Black woman that says, okay, wait, let me look at this. I love Black people. I want to have Black children. So what do I need to do? And start doing some investigation. Just like, okay, so is there, because we all are evolving and developing and growing. Like, so what are some changes that I may need to make in order for me to have a mate, a sustaining relationship? So I think, as Amina mentioned too, that whole respect thing is not only respecting yourself, but respecting your man is going to be really, really important. I think it is.
I mean, that should be given, but I know it's not.
It's not. And Amina, Gina, I'm only talking about myself, right? So let me just add this to reality. So I was in a marriage for 16 years with a man. We had 3 children together. And when I reflect back, I was not the nicest person in our relationship. And I used to watch him walk through the door, and he knew there was a sadness on his face because he knew as soon as he came through the house, I was going to start complaining.
Why were you complaining?
Right. And so the reason why I was complaining now, when I look back, is that I wanted him to be somebody he couldn't be.
Who did you want him to be?
I wanted him to make sure that we had everything that we need. I didn't want for anything. I wanted him to be a particular kind of husband that was very intimate and compassionate and talk to me about everything. I wanted him to be my best friend. I wanted all these things. And when he didn't measure up to those things, I was not happy.
And so you made sure he was not happy.
Yeah, and so he wasn't happy. Now, here's the challenge. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that until later on when I was out of the marriage and I started working on myself. And I was like, oh, wow, look what you did. You made this guy life very difficult. Now, all relationships have their challenges, right? But I could definitely see how beating him down, if it's not 5 days a week, 3 days a week, took a toll on the relationship after a while. And I guess that's with all marriages, but we're talking about the Black family, right? So I didn't see my mother do that. My mother didn't do that to my father. She just didn't. And so I didn't know what happened that I feel that I needed all these expectations. And again, it was external. I was looking outside thinking, well, their life looked like this and they have that and they're doing this and they're going on trips 2 and 3 times a year. Why are we not doing this? And so he couldn't meet my expectation. And so as a result, I became angry. And when I become angry, the whole house is angry. So, and I'm not saying that was unique for me. I knew a lot of my friends that were doing the same thing. And that's where this whole men have to make a certain amount of money, or I'm not interested because I want to be able to drive a nice car and I want to be able to. So that's real because we live in America, and everybody in America, right? It's all, not everybody, but some people feel like if you're living in America and you lived here long enough, you need to have the American dream.
Listen to what Greg just said. Do not lower your standards. We as men must rise ours.
And Gina, I totally agree with that. And what I'm saying is we got to be willing to work with that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so I think
what my husband,
you said is that you could have handled it different. You could have still wanted all those things that you wanted, but you could have reached for it differently.
Absolutely.
I got you.
A lack of respect, and I'm seeing some of that.
Yeah.
In people, as people, right? The man doesn't make a certain amount of money, so it's like I lost respect for him, so I don't respect him. Well, you don't respect a person, and that's neither man, woman, colleague, whatever. You don't have anything, and I think that's what's missing in our community is respect for one another.
I want to share something with you guys, something that's troubling to me right now. I'm looking at it on Facebook. Let me share my screen. I don't even mean to change the subject, but I'm going to try to see if I could just share the screen because it's bothering me. And I don't know. It's bothering me. So let's look. Let me know if you could see the screen. Yeah, you got it. Do you see this?
Yeah, that's really troubling and bothering me as well, because he should not even be in the same sentence
They're
as
not even remotely of the
Malcolm X and
same
MLK.
caliber.
I was like, what the hell? I couldn't even, I heard you, my sister, but I was just like, I just was like, what is this?
It's ridiculousness. That's why we need to really go back to the root of what he was spouting.
So this is what, and this is coming from a brother, and this is what I want you guys to understand. Now, looking at this brother thinks that the work that this man did on this earth is balanced to what Malcolm did and Martin did. And I want you to understand, this is the level of how deep it is for some of these brothers. Like, there were posts that was saying that this man was like a father to the fatherless.
Wow.
But yet he was so damaged. Like, you can't be serious. That means you have no idea.
No.
Historically, it's not even contextually correct. Like in terms of ideologies, in terms of, that means whatever you heard Brother Malcolm and Dr. King say, you have totally misconstrued with what you hear from Mr.
And it
Samuel.
just makes me realize how broken we are.
That's all I'm saying.
This right here, for him to go and create this, or whoever created it, what?
That's just flagrant ignorance. You have no idea. In terms of what each man tried to do for the people, with all due respect and no besmirching of Mr. Samuels, he did not try to do what Dr. King and Brother Malcolm tried to do in terms of uplifting us as a people from an oppressive environment.
So they
self-hatred.
This is how deep, though, the level of
miseducation.
Not just that, though. I'm trying to get to the word of disdain that some of these men had for women, and felt like Kevin Samuels spoke for them.
Pain.
It's misguided.
It's the pain.
Misguided, though, Gina, because it's just like, yeah, I feel that about her, but guess what? His is coming from a broken place, as they are a broken place, and that means that if anything seems to give the impression of the alpha male, they think that's it, but it's misconstrued.
That was the most disrespectful thing I have seen today.
Well, hold on tight, because more is coming.
Yeah, but I think it speaks to the level of pain as well.
Yeah.
Kwame. I want to give Kwame an opportunity. He done turned his camera off. Kwame, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, he's been patient.
I was just really shocked to see that photo, y'all. I mean, I was just sitting here while you were talking and it popped up. Somebody shared it to me. And I'm like, what? Well, bye, Kwame. It looks like Kwame just jumped out. Oh my God, y'all. This is serious.
I'd like to speak on the power aspect that you were talking about, Gina.
Sure, go ahead. I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead.
As you were speaking, it made me think about, the power that men want, that they're realizing they need, and not a power over women. They may think it's a power over women, the misguided ones, but it's a power in general, as you're saying. And the thing that I see is what was taken away is the power that men had, or Black men had, was the power they had in unity. For example, before integration, the unity it took for creating those Black businesses, creating those Black towns, before and when integration happened and segregation was over, that was a way of taking all that away. And so when those black towns, when those black businesses that required the unity of those brothers working together, because they sold to each other, they manufactured for each other, and they had business organizations with each other because they could not work with the whites. So they had all this unity, all these organizations, that they had businesses and they had families and all this they were supporting. And so as all that was taken away, they lost their power. Malcolm X demonstrated this famously in that scene where he had all the brothers there from the Nation of Islam, and they were all doing that choreography. They all walked together and they stood together until they did what he said. They demonstrated the unity, and that's the power. And that's when, they had to get rid of him for that. But that's the power that the brothers have. That's the power that we need, is the unity. For example, another example is so-called gangs. We know that originally these gangs came from community organizations of our brothers getting together trying to do something positive, and they were co-opted into doing negative things to our communities. So when our brothers come together in unity and do positive things for our community, they back each other up, that's when we have power. But because of all the distrust, the breaking down that they've done, Fred Hampton, that's what brought the brothers down. And then the drug infiltration, all that. Even through all this, we're gonna overcome it. The brothers are gonna get together again, and I see it in small circles. That's what we need. When the brothers come together, they have power.
And I guess what you're saying is true. It almost happened with and I guess this is a sense of the brotherhood that the man spear or the Kevin Samuels, cipher did for some black men. They needed community. They wanted that connection. It was a black man telling them that, look, you're worthy. You deserve more. You need to ask more for yourself. And, hey, I even told y'all, if you go back to his oldest video, he was telling these brothers how to bathe. Basically pulling out soap, showing them what kind of soaps to use and what kind of lotions to use and how they should actually bathe. The man even told them, how to clean up their butt. I mean, this wasn't an ordinary thing. And I'm surprised that a lot of black men took to it the way they did, but it just shows you, that one post, it keeps coming back to me. He was a father to the fatherless. He was a father to the fatherless. Do we understand what that means when a black man posts that on his page? Like,
at that point, it's like respect, because a lot of them obviously felt like they had nothing from that post,
Yeah. To me, when we talk about what black women can do to change that narrative, is it something that we need to do for them when they're boys? Is it something that we can really change once they become adults? I don't know. I want my brothers to have what they need. I want my brothers to understand that which they're looking for, that which they do not have, that power, we don't have it, because if we had it, we would give it to them. And that's the part. Like, we need them to have a cipher that gives them that understanding. Like, Brother Bakari bought it. For me, Brother Greg, he's always saying it. Black men need to give this to themselves. And we are on the receiving end. Once they give it to themselves, we're going to be able to receive it and do what we're supposed to do respectfully.
Exactly.
I do think that there needs to be a culture of loving each other in a very healthy way, because from what I see in all different parts of the world, it kind of manifests in, it's just manifesting something that's actually quite toxic. Like being in a relationship with a man doesn't necessarily mean that you're actually going to be safe mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. I mean, femicide, Black femicide is extremely high. And I think it's important to know that that the man that you're going to be with is going to be healthy in the mind and not psychologically mess you up, because that is also a trickery in thinking just because you're in a relationship with a man that it's going, oh, you're married to a man, like, and you're married to them for a while, significant time, that it's actually a healthy and non-violent. I think that this needs to be a culture of loving each other in a healthy and fruitful and productive way. And this power that supposedly we've taken from them, I really don't know exactly what they're talking about. They need to elaborate a bit more, because I'm just hearing fragile egos talking. And this big elephant in the room of women being scared of their safety because of the history of SA when they're young, psychological abuse, physical abuse. We need to, and also deleting women and girls from the planet. We need to really address that and stop thinking that we're going to solve all of the Black community issues with giving them more respect in the home. I think it's so much more deeper than that.
So you don't think the answer is more respect and love from us?
I don't think that is the one-shot solution at all. I think it's an honest, open love and communication from each other, from both men and women. It has to be honest, it has to be open, it has to be fruitful, it has to be healthy. If we don't have that, and respect, like actual respect that comes from love, not from fear. I don't even know if you can respect someone from fear, but
yeah, I get what you're saying. Fear and dominance.
Yeah, it's not healthy at all. I'm speaking from my experience with my family. There's not much of a history of divorce in my family, my extended family. But then when you really look at the marriage, it wasn't healthy. It wasn't full of like beautiful, fruitful love. There was just a lot of domineering, extreme discipline, fear, reputation, not wanting to let the family down or the extended family. And I don't think that's the right way to go about things when it comes to being in a healthy family, in a healthy marriage. And
there's that part, and it was what I talked about. Even though in the 40s, our 50s and 40s, a lot of our families were together. It was a lot of unhealthy things happening, which caused us to break even more. So the answer is not. And I think you're right. And I think that's why I spoke up over it. I think, and when I talk about power, Jacques, when I talk about them having their power, is I think a lot of the brokenness that goes on in our households is a sense of a powerlessness that maybe they're not even conscious of. But when I hear them, like when you hear a Black man, especially those, that are fans of Kevin Samuels, speak about what Black women have done to them and what Black women continue to do to them, and how they could not achieve certain things until they get in a place where they are putting Black women in their place, or checking Black women, or making sure, And so it makes me realize that they think that because they are no longer acting as simps, that's the word that I hear a lot over there. Stop being a simp. Stop being a simp is something that I hear. Like this one man, he married a woman that had 3 children, and they said he was a simp because of it. And I was in my mind thinking, when did stepdads become simps? Because for me, they've always been like the superheroes that came through and did what others didn't do.
Exactly. And Kay Samuel says that a woman with children is a liability. And you need to prove
if you take on that.
Yes.
And that means that you're stupid, you're dumb, that's the dumbest thing you can do. And it's strange because you see what was being nurtured in that cipher was a space for men to really just turn their backs on women.
Especially single mothers. They despise single mothers.
Well, especially single mothers and women that don't look a particular way.
Yeah. Kay Samuels despised single mothers a lot.
Yeah.
It made them low in value, especially if they're over 30. They've hit the wall, as he said, and that they shouldn't really be treated with much regard or respect if you're a single mother.
Like this one woman said, okay, I'm holding out. I haven't been with anybody for 2 or 8 years. I don't remember. He said, you pushed 2 grown children. You pushed 2 children out of you. Now you're going to hold back from a man? Now you're going to hold out? You should be giving it out the first night.
Which is ridiculous.
And women listened, and they were in the comment section. And, this whole low value, high value thing has really become an issue in our communities. And I'm wondering, okay, did he just lay seeds that are now going to become these monstrous plants that are going to choke us? Or with his parting of this dimension, does he take that seed with him?
No, he doesn't.
From this?
He doesn't.
And will our people heal from this?
Him and his manosphere homies has planted many seeds in people's brains, to the point where some people have deleted other people off from this planet in the New York tube who are followers of Kay Samuels. It's just, there is just rampant toxicity, rampant disdain for women who have values, women who have boundaries, women who don't want to give sex to men on the 3rd date, which Kay Samuels has said that is your duty because he's paid for your dinner. He's paid for you, so you should give him your...
Exactly. I saw that.
And this happened more than on several occasions. This is his narrative.
I think the one that broke me though, sis, was the one where he gives a scenario. Let's say you have, he asks the young woman, you have this child, and he goes into a relationship with you, and he has 2 children with you. But then that one child come back and tell you that he touched or looked at her one day when she was in a shower. What would you do? She said, I would leave him. I would ask him to go. And he said, why?
Exactly.
He was like telling her that she was wrong.
Exactly.
For believing this, choosing that child. She should be choosing that man. And I was
That's just outrageous. And that is Kay Samuels through and through.
that was just something I could not or wrap my head around.
I'm not surprised by someone like Kate Samuels.
You know, how his daughter said he treated her. It goes back to this thing where I don't know. There's something there.
And this is the truth that is supposed to be helping people listening to him. What truth is this? This is the thing. This is the thing that he said doesn't exist in the Black community because women are color purpling the community. They're color purpling the black men. He said that this SA, children who experience SA, doesn't really exist. It has come out of his mouth. And people listen to him. Many people listening to him. What breaks my heart is the women who go on his show and want to ridicule themselves. That's the thing that really upsets me as well.
These women, they're not just going on his show doing this. They're doing this, you know, when you think about the women that were sleeping with men that abused them, or drug dealers that would, you know, treat them a certain way, or even now we're doing it. We as Black women are taking on sometimes men like that in our lives. This is not just happening on YouTube. It's happening in some of our sisters' personal spaces where they're choosing to be treated that way. And this was just something that put it out there for everyone to see, that mentality. But women are choosing to be with men that ridicule them for sometimes, y'all. And that's Kwame. Let us let you in. It's been a minute. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Please tell me what you think, my brother.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
man, Sister Gina. How are you anyway?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you.
Good to hear your voice. I've heard everything tonight, and I mean, it breaks my heart, my sister, that our community, we have a problem. Most of it is from our brothers, and I'm a brother myself. And what my sisters, everything what you said, you're spot on, because our brothers are also guilty of betraying, are disgracing our race. I'll say why, because what gets on my nerves is our brothers always slagging off our sisters. Come off it, man. Who brought you onto this earth? Was it a non-African female? No, it was an African female. Your mother. Yeah, who brought you onto this earth? She's an African female. My mother is an African female. My sister is an African female. My aunts are African females. So are you trying to tell me, that your own sisters can't do anything, but a non-African female could do better? No, I don't buy that nonsense. I love my African females. They're not perfect, that's true. But neither are you as an African man, right? Stop always putting each other down as African people. Also to some of our sisters as well. I'm not only our brothers are guilty, but some of our sisters are guilty as well. Yes? What makes me annoyed, is some of our sisters, when our brothers say nice things to them, they take it the wrong way. But also, I don't blame them as well, because some of our brothers are also irresponsible. Come on, brothers. Lead the front line so that our sisters can appreciate us, Gina. That's what I've got to say, my sister. All the best.
Thank you so much, my brother. You're always welcome. And I appreciate it. But I can't help to think that we have something to do with it. Why is it like that for some of them? I want to welcome Kwame. Another Kwame to the discussion. I'm sorry I kicked you out. I thought you were the same. I thought he had like two different channels on. So you could unmute yourself and welcome to the discussion, my brother.
All right, thank you, Gina, to the chat and to the panelists. Hello. I had never heard of Kevin Samuel until his name just kept hitting my my Facebook news feed. Kevin Samuel this, Kevin Samuel this, Kevin Samuel this.
Yeah.
Kevin Samuel's that. And so, okay, they say it's disrespect for the Black women. I said, okay, well, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say. If you disrespect for the Black women, then I completely cut you off. But I said, okay, I'm going to listen his content and find out what he's saying. And so I started listening to him over the winter. I wasn't working, wasn't doing much, so I started listening to him. And I listened to him regularly. And I'm not talking about touching a child and the girl not leaving. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about him putting some man being rude or disrespectful to his woman. But you cannot be 500 pounds, 5 feet tall, and think you're gonna get a man that's $500,000. That's just not the reality of it. That is just not the reality of it. You cannot be. I saw one girl had 3 men, 3 babies, all gangbangers, and now she wants a so-called high-value man. Well, the chances of that happening, sweetheart, is probably zero. Probably zero. I listened to him tell some of our sisters, go get counseling. I think the sister of Soul just said that a little bit ago. Go get some counseling.
Let me know.
He also talked about, he told sisters, and I put this on my Facebook page, and I got blasted for saying, sisters, stop having babies with men that won't marry you. You got 3 babies by the same guy, and he won't even put a ring on your finger. Stop it. So it was things like that drew my attention to him. In my case, I just put it in the chat with Amina, I'm married to somebody that wouldn't give me no children.
Mm-hmm.
She was 37 years old. I already had children, mind you, but I wanted children with her. And she refused. And in the words of Kevin Samuels, I got a bad deal, Gina. I got a bad deal. But because I loved her, I stayed. And here I am, damn near 60 years old, and I'm still regretting that decision.
Wow.
I regret it, Gina, and I don't even talk about this much. I rarely talk about this, but all this came back up because I hear all this negative stuff about Kevin Samuel this, Kevin Samuel that. Kevin Samuel probably could have helped me 15 years ago, but probably somebody should have told me, leave her. If she don't want to have no children with you, why are you staying? There are millions of other black women on this planet that would be glad to give you babies.
So this woman did not want to have children with you. Did you guys talk about children?
Well, of course, people always ask me the same question. Yep, we talked about it. And when we got married, she changed her mind. I put in the chat, we were married and she walking around with a patch on to keep from getting pregnant by her old husband.
Yeah, you can't tell somebody that you're willing to do something and change it. And yeah, you could.
But I'm the bad guy because I'm unhappy in this thing, and I'm still staying because now I'm African centered. So what I look like leaving a black woman to fend for herself? She just had an incident with one of my neighbors, a white neighbor. I came from Baltimore to North Carolina to confront this white neighbor about jumping in my wife's face. Baby, I'm on the phone.
You've been in with this woman for how many years, Kwame?
18 years. Married 15.
18 years, you're still broken.
And that's why they call men like me a simp. That's why they call men like me a simp. You stupid for staying in something like that.
So every day when you look at her, this is what you're thinking.
Just about. Listen, my marriage is not all bad. She's a good woman. She's a good sister. She got my back. All of these things. And I told her the material things mean nothing. We got a beautiful home in North Carolina. I work in Baltimore. We got a beautiful home. 2-car garage, all the stuff. We drive decent vehicles. We go on trips and all the stuff. But the one thing I wanted, Gina, she wouldn't give me. And I still feel empty. I'm damn near 60 and I still feel empty.
Hey, that's it.
So a guy like Kevin Samuels spoke to my condition.
This one is a legit feeling, and after all those years, you weren't able to let that feeling go.
No, because nothing was more important to me than that. So now I just got to get over it, huh? Just get over it. And that's what people be telling me.
It's not too late.
You can have children still.
Yeah, I know. I know, okay, but I would feel like shit. I feel like shit.
That is not one of those things that are optional. I mean, when you tell someone to have children, you can't just change your mind about that because that's a part of what a man needs to keep his lineage going or his line going. And if this is something
Yeah.
you see is important to him, you can't just take that away from him once you've gotten what you wanted.
Yeah. That sister gets anything she wants. All she got to do is ask. I give her anything she wants. I need a new car. Boom, go get it. I want this house. Boom, go get it. I'm going to go to California with the girls. The airline ticket is about $700. I need you to pay for it. Give me a couple of days. I'll pay for it. I'll give her anything she wants, Gina.
Does she have other children, or she has?
She has 2 children from a previous marriage. I said, you can, and her children's father transitioned a couple of years ago. And I said, you got more in common with a dead man than you have with me. And see, and this is the kind of pain y'all don't hear. Because I don't even talk about this. As many times as I've been on your show, I've been a part of the panel, I never brought this up. And we're talking about healing our relationships. I don't even know if some of this stuff is even possible. Because the pain runs deep, Gina. I am 58 years old and I still feel empty. I got 3 other daughters, 3 natural daughters. I don't have good relationships with my daughters. My oldest one is okay.
But you don't have any sons.
I have no sons. I got a daughter. And when we talk about bad mouthing each other, I could be one of those brothers that go on Facebook and social media and talk shit about all black women. But I refuse to do that. Well, I can't say something, but my middle daughter is 33, 34 years old. Her mother for 30 years told me I wasn't the father. I just found this girl like 5 years ago. And we did a DNA test, come to find out that girl was my child all the time. I got a 22-year-old, Gina, who I don't have a good relationship because of her mother. And she was going to be the one, Gina, that filled this void. But as she got older, her and her mother got closer, and they turned against me. I paid child support. I would drive from North Carolina to Baltimore just to go and speak with her teachers. I don't have a good relationship with my youngest daughter, who just had a grandson. So this is what we contend with. And so I got to just take it as a black man. I can't cry. If I go to counseling, I'm weak. All of these other things that we hear. I am a real life story that comes out of the mouth of Kevin Samuel. I'm a real life story. And that's what drew me to him, because I didn't want to hear nothing he had to say. And so I said, one day I'm going to listen to his content. And he was right. My wife had 2 children before me. Then when I wanted something with her, willing to marry her, she said no. And guess what I got? I got a bad deal. But no, nobody want to hear that. Get over that. I got a cousin right now who is 35 years old, dated a girl with 3 children. And that girl is saying she don't want no children. He's an only child. I told him, leave that woman. Don't do that to yourself. Because when I see him, I see myself. And this is what we got to contend with. This was what we as men have to contend with. Some of us anyway. And I see beautiful black women pregnant. I'm like, damn. And the couple is married and all this. I see it all on social media. And I am like, yes, I applaud them. The greatest gift you can give, and Kevin Samuel said this, the greatest gift you got is to give that man your womb. The greatest gift. To receive his seed, bear his children. And that's where I was in my life. And I got a wife who didn't want to do that. And I stayed like a damn fool. Sometimes I still feel like a fool, Gina, for staying. But what I look like, I'm African-centered. I believe in protecting a black woman. And I'm going to divorce this woman who's a good woman now.
Well, you know, some Africans believe that they can have more than one wife.
Yeah, but guess what? She won't allow me to. I had brought this to the table.
If she's refusing to give you a son, I don't know.
I had brought this to the table. Gina, I brought this to the table to her. The answer is no. I asked her, could we use a surrogate? The answer was no. Everything was no, 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 no.
I want somebody else to speak to this because I'm gonna sound real, like I feel like I'm about to say.
I
No,
can
look,
I
Peter.
can I was talking to Kwame in the chat, and I was telling him about my situation, and I became pregnant with my second child, and my husband didn't want me to have the child. And when I found out I was having a son, he didn't get a conscience about it until after. And then he harassed me years later, sooner after I shamed him for it. And then I wouldn't oblige. And then my eldest daughter begged me to have a child because she said she was lonely. So I told her to pray, and if I and I'll see what I could do. And I prayed myself because my heart was hard after that, and it was only because of her that I decided to honor her request. But I didn't do it for him. I did it for her. So I did my wifely duty, and I did things I did not agree to. I don't believe in killing children. I think children are a gift.
Exactly.
And it's not my life to take. And when he demanded not to keep the second child, that hurt me to the core of my being. I'm still angry.
You never get over it, do you?
No.
Do you, Amina? You never get over that.
No.
You never get over it. I've dated women that had abortions that I paid for, and I'm telling you, to this day, I regret it.
You have blood on your hands. And
I got blood on my hands for at least 2 or 3 abortions.
You can repent all you want, and I have many, many times, and I still do today. But I never forget that because that was a gift. Who knows who that young boy could have been? It could have been a doctor who had the cure for cancer. How will I ever know? I'll never know.
And this is the pain we all many of us deal with, Gina and
I'm
panel
sorry
and people
to bring
in the chat.
that. It's too personal.
But no, because this is the reality that we live. Like somebody said earlier, this is your truth and this is my truth. I hate that I was privy to these abortions. I hate it. At least 2 abortions.
Part of and your children, your seed was subjected to. I get that.
And that's why I said nobody could understand my pain. You can never understand my pain. Most of you all have raised your children. I had 3 baby mamas. I just so happened I had sex with women that were ovulating. We had no relationship. I didn't have any guidance. I didn't have any man to tell me, listen, slow down, stop doing this, find you a wife and start, reproduce with the wife. I didn't have nobody to give me this instruction.
Well, in essence, you never had the opportunity to actually raise them and hold them, and be there for them, and care for them. Yeah.
And I still feel empty, Gina.
I'm so sorry.
If I may chime in on this, I think it's really, apt that we're having this talk, considering what's happening with the whole Roe versus Wade thing that it's in the news. And I think it's really important that people share their stories about how, spiritual life is and these things and how it affects us for times, and years and years after. And it's really important conversation. So thank you for sharing that.
Yes, I want to say thank you, Kwame, and also Amina as well. And one of the things I've learned in my relationships, if there's not honesty, trust, respect, and appreciation, we don't have a relationship. So I've had to learn that after all these years, that that's the foundation for a healthy relationship. And if any of those components are missing, we don't really have that. And I agree with you, there is so much pain that exists in our communities. And it's like, okay, we know that now. And what do we do with all that information? Like, how do we turn that pain into something healthy, or begin to unite? Because not only men have pain, women have pain as well. So how do we unite, given that we have all this pain? How do we heal through it together?
Stop blaming each other for one, and there needs to be some type of selflessness that goes into the way we love ourselves. I think we're all very selfish and protective of what we think is ours. It's funny because the most important things to us is not family anymore. I mean, people come together to better their pockets, to better their situations. They're not thinking generational, obviously. I mean, can we sacrifice? Can we make the necessary sacrifices to get through the next, couple of centuries for our children? I don't know.
Can we love each other enough and respect each other enough to believe God and be fruitful and multiply?
Well, if it can't happen, then we're doomed.
Absolutely.
We're losing ground as we speak. Kevin Samuels wasn't right, but he was close. When I say close, I mean he gave the brothers a space where they could just let it all out.
Yeah, but that's what the manosphere does. But how healthy or productive is it, though, if they're spewing hate?
It was one step towards what needed to happen. Was they needed to let all of that hate out because it was in them. Now, will someone come and take the torch and lead them to love now? I don't know. I hope so.
I don't think it's productive if it's leading to hate, because there's many women and girls who get killed every single day on the hands of black men.
Happening. That's been happening. I think right now they're starting to say what they want. They've been hating all this time for years, but now they're saying, we want this.
Now they're projecting it in a way that we can actually understand because for a very long time we couldn't have, like, what is it? What is it? But now they're saying what it is, and it's not all accurate because it's coming out with anger. I'm just wondering, will we get to the next phase? Because yes, sis, before you can build something, you have to break it down. You have to break down whatever was there first. And that's not a beautiful or a nice process ever. It's like going into a house and starting new construction. You go in there and you break the walls and you put a lot of dent into things and you remove things. And when you look at it in that way, you're like, oh my God, this is ugly. I can't bear it. But that is a part of what needs to be done for the renovation to work. And when I say that the hate was necessary, I meant that the process of them opening up and spewing all that was in them, just like us listening to Kwame. He's been with this woman for 18 years. He's still feeling what he's feeling. And him having the ability to get it out is step one to him being able to move on, to be able to know what he wants to do. Is he gonna, forgive her and be able to move along with this, or is he going to have to walk away from it so he can go look for what it is that he's looking for? You know, this is what I get from what happened or is happening in a cipher. There's going to be a sifting within them as well. Some will understand what needs to happen to keep the families together, and some of them won't. And we're all going through a sifting process. I truly believe that the causation is important. Understanding the causation is important, though. I think with us, this conversation that we're having is powerful because, okay, on many other channels where they're talking about Kevin Samuels, there's a lot of either treating this man like he's the second coming or treating him like he's a pure demon. He's neither or. He's just one of us that had a YouTube channel and was able to open the door and let people and give men a space to say some things that they hadn't been able to say before.
But they have been saying that in barbershops, in workplaces.
Yes, but not in the space where they are saying it to us.
Exactly, but you all don't hear us, though.
That's right.
You all don't hear us.
It wasn't about being able to say it in barbershops. It was about being able to put you on the screen and let the world know that I'm talking to you about this thing that you did to me. The part that they like is when the women come on there and they get to humiliate and tell this woman, in their mind, they don't think they're doing this. They're thinking this, she needs to hear this.
Well, it's a reflection of their fragile ego, and it's not constructive at all for any solution. And women have been hearing and being the butt end of men being aggressive, being toxic, being unreasonable, being abusive, being violent. They've been hearing it. They've been at the receiving end.
Nobody's talking about violence. Nobody's talking about violence. You know what? I told Amina in the chat, I am not even a man in my house.
Well, that's your issue.
Well,
you see how she was just dismissive? You see how she was just dismissive?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see how she was just dismissive?
Yes.
That's an issue you have in your house.
It's your issue. It's your issue. It's not my problem. You're not the man of your house.
I'm done. I'm done, Gina. I'm done. See, exactly.
See, this is let me just say this. Jack, none of it is your issue, really. None of it. To be honest with you.
It should be our issue. It should be our issue.
Let me finish. Oh my goodness. Let me finish. It's not, none of it is your particular issue, Jack. None of it. I mean, nothing. But we can't in one breath say that we want to heal our broken parts and then in another breath say we don't care. And I understand what you're saying, and I understand that I agree in a sense that we felt like we've been there, but maybe we've been there in a way that we should not have been. Like I said before, I agree with Greg. These men have to find this power for themselves. And when this brother says he's not a man in his own house, he's just really saying how this is why the cipher, Kevin Samuels cipher, works for him, because it gives them a space where they could actually speak this truth, and or what they call this truth for themselves may not be your truth, but their truth. And they are heard. If we are not able to hear our men in times that we don't agree with them or we don't feel like it's completely true, they will not speak to us and give us their truth. Or what, we'll always be asking, why can't he open up to me? Well, when somebody starts opening up to you, it's a good idea to give them the space to do it completely, even if you disagree with some of the things that they're saying or don't comprehend.
So, Gina, what I'm going to say about that is I can hear both sides of that. And what it is that a lot of times when we are talking and people are listening, they're listening from their own experience, right? And so because of that, we're not able to, or sometimes it's you get triggered by stuff. It's like, I don't want to hear that. Like, I didn't realize that I was the boogeyman and I was a monster until I literally got outside of my marriage and started working on myself. And I had the courage to call him up and apologize for every single thing I did. I asked him, was there things that he needed to say to me? I listened, heard everything, and I said, you were absolutely right about this. You was absolutely right about that. Because what I was more interested in is him being taken care of and being able to move on to something maybe better, that was better for him. I knew that he was incomplete because I was also the one that left the relationship.
Wow.
So, yeah. So a lot of times I think we forget that we leave people, we damage them, and then expect them to be okay. But when they tell us they're in pain, we kind of reject it, unless, we'll reject it unless we're in a place of receiving that information. I guess I'm saying that to say what he said had nothing to do with any of us. And so all we're doing is listening, right? Not being defensive about anything, because he's just sharing his story.
It's just his portion. We have to be able to bear each other sometimes and hear each other's portions.
So, Jack, I think you owe Kwame an apology for your insensitive comment.
Me saying it's not my issue.
Yes.
That he's not
I don't want her
respected in the
apology.
house.
She can save it. That's okay.
I think
That's
that was
okay. I don't want
insensitive.
it.
I
It's very insensitive.
Off a little insensitive, Jack. It did, but maybe I don't even know, because to be honest with you, we better said something. We don't know what triggered you to say that or respond the way that you did, and you may not even hear it for now. Maybe like weeks from now, when you hear this again, you might say, "Whoa, I kind of did go. I kind of did like shoot him down for no reason." You may not see that, and it's, to be honest with you, Amina, I never ask people to apologize anymore because it has to come from within.
Okay, you make a valid point. But I want her to realize that was insensitive, and if the shoe is on the other foot, you might feel differently. So maybe that's something you could just think about.
And also, I want to say to Kwame, I thank you for being vulnerable enough,
be honest and open,
very
to
transparent,
be honest and open, and I appreciate and respect you for that.
I didn't expect him. We were talking in the chat, and I wasn't expecting him to come on and to relive that. And he was very impassionate about what he was saying.
If for 18 years, this man has been holding on to this pain for 18 years.
And we were relating to that because I wanted to know him to know how that I shared his sentiment, and I shared with him what my situation was. And he was like, wow, so you've been holding on to yours? And I'm like, yes, I have. But I had to see past my pain.
But I get a feeling though, Amina, that Jack is also holding on to some type of pain towards men, and maybe like feeling like that they need to just come through for us.
Well,
I sense that from her response to him, and maybe a couple of responses.
Okay.
Look, I need you to just do this. We just need you to do this type of, Grace said something, and I think it spoke to how I think she felt a little bit. There comes a time when you wipe up the milk and move on. And I think a lot of women that speak like, let's say our sister Jacques speak, are at a point where they're like, come on, we just want you to just work through it and get us out of this heat, get us out of this hole, this darkness. If you have to be able to get over this, and I think that's where she is. I'm not sure, but
she can speak for herself.
Yeah.
I'd like to comment on that if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Earlier, the brother said something about he was really had this negative feeling about women who had children with no marriage. And so I just wanted to say to him that the pain that he feels having a marriage and no children, I think a lot of women who have children and no marriage have. So I think that, women have their pain and men have their pain.
Yeah.
And for us to be compassionate to each other, seeing like what we've all come through in this Willie Lynch system. And when we start having compassion towards first ourselves, we have to heal ourselves, and then we can have compassion to others. And we've got so much to healing from this Willie Lynch.
Yeah. There's so much there. And I think we're gonna get there, guys. I truly do. I just believe that, certain things though, like this thing that Kwame is feeling, it's not gonna go away by itself. I truly advise you to start talking to your wife or go to therapy about this if you plan to stay with her, because I felt your anger, and the way you sound, it just sounds like this thing one day might cause you to. Yeah, and I think it's important that you guys go get the kind of therapy that you need to really talk about it together in a space where you are both safe. Because you can't be with someone for 18 years and still hold on to something like that. And not to say you're wrong for it, just to say that it's hurting you too much. And you need to find a way to get rid of this hurt. If it means moving on and finding someone that can bless you with a boy or son or a child so you could have that experience. I can't imagine, a Black man saying that, look, I have 3 daughters, but I've never experienced being a father. That hurts me. That breaks my soul for you, because there are so many men that don't even want their children. So it's a blessing, this man is fighting to have one. So that's yeah.
The only thing, Gina, is that if I leave, then I'm still a piece of shit. I left this woman by herself, and so I have no win either way. I stay and I deal with it. I just stay and try to make the best of the situation, or I leave, and then here I have left a Black woman to fend for herself. So
I don't know. When it comes to procreation and you wanting to have a son or a daughter of your own and having that connection, I feel like if you can't live with it after 18 years, my brother, you probably should leave. I'm sorry. But other people, please respond, because I'm a little bit.
I know it's
because
kind of personal.
plenty of people have told me to leave. Plenty of friends, family have told me to leave.
It's something that obviously has you hurting. If you had decided that didn't matter and you were happy with just her, then it'd be different. But you're hurting inside, and that's not what love is.
But see, it's not often this comes up, but when everybody was talking about Kevin Samuels this, Kevin Samuels that, and I was like, some of the things this man said, it spoke right to my condition. Mm-hmm. It spoke directly to my condition. I got a bad deal.
If you love her so much, take her with you and find a second wife in Africa or something. And then
she won't allow it.
If she doesn't accept it, then that's her choice. But you have to make the choices for what's on you.
Because you have
to lead for your life, and it's up to her whether she's going to follow.
Yeah.
And I would say to that is that you could probably go into counseling first with yourself to reconcile it, to see if you can, right? To see if you can, because what it sounds like, that woman you have, sound like she an all right woman, because it takes something for a man to hang in there with you for 18 years. So she must be some kind of woman for you to have hung in there with her for 18 years. You said the only thing is missing is the child. So if you can, because guess what? You can get out of this relationship, Kwame, and jump in another relationship, and you can have a baby from a woman, but guess what? You may not get what you have right now. So there are some pros and cons. Now you got to get to know this person. You don't know who they. So there's a whole.
He said he's not a man in his own house. What does that mean?
My stepdaughter is a thief, and I can't put her out. Things like that. My stepdaughter was stealing. She come in the house 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, anytime she want in my house, and I can't say nothing because that's her mother's daughter. That's my wife's daughter. I have a decent relationship with the girls because she has 2 daughters, but I can't say anything. I can't say, listen, we're going to put the lock on the door at midnight, and nobody comes in after midnight.
You need to say something. It's your house.
I have. Soul I have.
So Kwame,
ain't no man in my house. Mm-hmm.
What do you love about her?
What I love about her is she's a nurturer. she makes sure I'm okay as far as what I need. Cooks, cleans, do all of those things. We have a good time together. We travel together. And it ain't all bad. It's just like a situation like what we're talking about tonight. It just brought the pain back that she refused to give me children. We don't even talk about it anymore. She's a good woman. She's a good woman. Look, let me throw this out there. I have a landscaping business. My credit is bad, and when they stole all of my equipment at the end of last year, and I need about $10,000 to $15,000 to jumpstart my business again. I couldn't go to no bank. I couldn't go to no friends or family. Guess who I went to? Her.
There you go.
$15,000. That ain't no sneeze. That's no drop in the bucket.
No, it's not.
That's right. She got your back.
She do, and I can't take that from her. That sister got my back. So do I stay in a situation where every now and then I get triggered by something like this, and pull the positives that has transpired in my relationship over the last 18 years? We built something. It just I wanted something a little bit more, and that was a child. One child. I just asked for one, and I couldn't get it.
Got it. And so what I highly recommend if you make a conscious choice to stay in this relationship is to go into counseling and work through that, because giving this up, what you got, is not common, right? It's rare. Yeah. So you already know what you got. You don't know what you're getting.
I know. I checked the landscape and it is not good.
There you go. There you go. And you got 18 years in, and you know, Kwame, you're getting older, right? So as we get older, we start to age, stuff happen. You want somebody that you know got your back.
Yeah.
Who's going to take care of you when you're not feeling well.
She do.
There you go. So sometimes,
they call that?
Half a dozen in one hand, half a dozen in the other.
Look, when I go home in the wintertime, I walk through the door. First thing she say, "You want something to eat? What you want? You want to go? You want me to serve you breakfast in bed?" I get all of that. So I never sit up and make this out to be some monster.
When you was in those Kevin Samuel spaces, did you think of those things though? Why did you let the emotion of what you didn't get overcome you? Why?
It's probably because he talked about it a lot. He probably because he talked about it a lot. If I'm a so-called high value man, why would I want to be with somebody that got 3 children by 3 different men? So he talked about those things a lot.
And so
she listened. Look, she listened to him too. She couldn't stand it, but then she went back and started listening to him, and she was like, "There's a lot of good things that he said." So he didn't just spew out toxicity. He spewed out some really, really good, solid information when I said that he told the sisters, "Don't be having babies by guys that don't want to marry you." Period.
But then
go to the gym. Go get some counseling.
But then next week he'll be like, you're lucky if you had 2 children by somebody, or if you already have a child, or if you're over 35, you're just a leftover woman. You need to be having sex with whoever will have sex with you. You can't. It's like a double-edged sword.
It is. And Gina, there were some things he was saying. I was like, come on, Kevin. I was like, man, come on, you can't
because, you know, it's funny because when we're talking about this, it's not a joke, y'all. That's how weird this situation is with him. It's like 1 minute you're getting this guy. I'm going to share this.
I'm well. How are you? I'm well. I just want to say that I do love your show and I respect it. How old are you?
Let's say you and I were to get married. You got a daughter, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say we have 2 kids together. Mm-hmm. And your child is 5. So 10 years from now, your daughter comes home and said, Kevin touched me, looked at me getting out of the shower. What happens next?
The relationship will have to end.
Huh?
That's not something the relationship would end immediately.
Because your daughter said I looked at her getting out of the shower.
Why would that person need to be close to the bathroom to see her?
Mm-hmm.
That would be the thing. You have to defend your seed. You have to defend your child.
Mm-hmm. But you also remember you got 2 of my kids. Mm-hmm. So that means I should never listen to it. That means I should avoid women like you, because off the rip, your desire to defend your child blew up. You got 2 of my kids. And off rip, your protective instinct says everything, including those other 2 kids. Mm-hmm. Do you? No, you said the relationship would have to end. So what would you tell our 2 children?
That's a tough situation.
No, you said the relationship would have to end. So
it would have to end because
but
I would do any of my kids. If I had 3 kids, 1 by someone else, 2 by my.
But what I'm telling you, what I'm saying is what we tell our 2 children.
Your half sister stated this happened, and it's not a comfortable situation. We have to part ways.
You get the out. You can get the out.
Because I'm not the one paying the bill.
No, because you're not taking my kids. See, that's what I mean. Y'all act like y'all got too much power.
It's not power.
First of all, you didn't even act. First off, you didn't even. I just said if she said it. You didn't even question whether or not the claim was there. Mm-hmm. Because that's your child. That's what I'm saying. Your child can never be an asset to anybody, because that's the bond that's always there.
Okay.
Because and what can a man do about that? I can provide everything. We can have children, and automatically you're gonna jump off rip, go for your child. Your child. So don't ask me to treat your child like it's biologically mine when you be willing to blow up my biological children for something else. And you know kids can say anything.
They can, but you have to protect your kids at all costs.
Then
you have to talk.
Then no. Leave. No. See, I want you to understand that you have no empathy for men. It's about you and your kid. I'm somebody's child.
Yeah.
What about those children we have together? Man, you're not right in this.
I'm not debating you.
We're debating the concept.
Yeah,
you got to protect your kids at all costs. So then you need to go be with your child's father, and y'all need to work that out so that can never come up.
So if you guys listen to that, that is so difficult to hear, but it gives you insight on the mentality, the sickness that a lot of his followers have, and that all.
There you go.
So that's Kevin Samuel.
That was those kind of messages that was just completely off. Like, what the hell was that?
See, that's the kind of stuff I tuned out. I was like, come on, man.
You can't tune that out. That's very
No. I said, no, what I'm saying is, those are the type of things that said, the sister just said his followers are sick. So I guess I'm a follower, so I guess I'm sick. I said that those are the type of things that I was like, come on, Kevin. You are way off base on that now.
Come on, Kevin. You can't just say, come on, Kevin, to that. That's completely off.
I just said he's way off base on that.
But how do you balance that? How do you balance his daughter saying that her head was pushed against the car door where he used to? beat her so hostily? How do you balance getting good advice from someone that deals like that and tell you that they are
What I said in the chat earlier was,
he's
you
broken?
can't say that he has nothing to offer, nothing at all, nothing at all. I had never seen that video or that clip of his daughter. I'd never seen that until today. I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah.
I think Gina, I'll answer that. I think it's similar to, you know how you go to, I don't know how many people have gone to church, but you know how you go to church and the minister's in the pulpit, and then there's some of the stuff that you take away and you can relate to, and then the other stuff you leave it alone. You go, I can't even relate to it. I don't know what this minister was talking about. He just went on a tangent and he said this is sound ridiculous. However, the things that you can identify and relate to, it doesn't make those things invalid.
Right.
You know, because you can relate to it. You're like, oh, okay, I can relate to that. I can get that. But this other stuff you're talking about, so you don't take everything, like even with us talking to you, Gina, not everybody is going to always agree with you, but we respect you enough to listen.
You better cut me off if I start talking about if my daughter gets molested by my son, my husband, that I shouldn't just take her side. You better stop watching me.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's you better not care about anything.
But that's not what he
said. But you asked the question. You asked him the question, like, how could you listen to someone? And what he said, what Kwame said is that, yo, I didn't even see that. So I'm sure the ones that he saw, there was things that he was able to take away and say, okay, I can identify with this. But this other stuff, man, you deep off. You way off.
Yeah, your own one.
Yeah, you this is way too much. You're definitely off. So I can
because I saw that clip and I thought he was I said he is sick. That is way out of bounds, man, to even say something like that. So yeah, I have listened to a lot of his content, but when he said stuff like that, I'm like, come on, bro. You so I suppose to just cut it off. Nothing he said of any value, nothing he said can help me in my growth and my development whatsoever because of this statement that he said. And then the clip that you showed earlier with his not a good relationship with his daughter. And he's been divorced twice, so there's nothing he can tell me about marriage. Come on, y'all. Come on. Martin Luther King was supposedly a womanizer. And we love Martin.
And that hasn't been proven.
That's what I said, supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly. But we love Martin.
I don't love Martin for that.
No, I'm not saying, oh my God.
I don't love Martin.
Never mind.
I have my proof. I always tell people that I don't hate Martin, but I love Malcolm.
Right.
Because for me, the man that you are, outside of the pulpit is important as well.
But we also, and when it comes to those infamous tapes that the CIA and the FBI say that they have on Dr. King, you know how they mastermind things. You know how they do. That's why they were sued by the King family, and the King family won their suit against the United States government.
Yeah.
So you have to take things with a grain of salt, especially where that information comes from. And just because they wield it doesn't make it so.
And like I said, I never even heard of this man until people were talking about him. Amina, and Gina and the rest of the panel, I never heard of this man until he kept hitting my name, kept hitting my timeline on Facebook. Other people were talking about it. And I said, okay, well, let me see what he's talking about. And I was able to relate to some of the things.
I did the same thing, Kwame. And I think it was a mega Cali Enigma had mentioned him one time. And he says, oh, you hadn't heard about this guy? He bashes black women. I'm like, no, I never heard of him. So one day I went to his channel and I'm like, what's wrong with the people who are calling him? Why are you putting so much validity into what this one person says? What wealth of experience and professional knowledge do they have? This is just a guy who's giving his
Yup.
opinion, and if
Yup.
you're stupid enough to call and give weight to what he's saying, then he's not the dummy, you are. That's how I see it. That's just my perspective. But that meant really nothing. But you just have to have some cognizance about yourself, in terms of your thinking, and you know then I wonder what is the people who are calling, what are their incentive for putting so much validity into what this person is saying? Like, what are you getting out of this?
The
Are
causation.
y'all working together? Is this a covert thing? Because it really make no sense to me. Are you both traitors of our people and trying to, sway a narrative about who's getting what out of this? That's how I
Yeah.
see things. I'm sorry, I'm pretty diabolical. I'm just trying to get to the crux of who benefits from this conversation, and why do you feel as though you need to paint us all with one paintbrush, just like the other oppressors wielding the same narrative? Then y'all complicit. You're no different than the rest of them, and I have no time for that, because my time is precious, and I don't waste my time. So that's just me. Everyone doesn't think the same, and that's fine.
Well, I think I think he gave men a voice, and so that's why he had so many viewers and followers, because I think it was a lot of men and women following him.
Mm-hmm.
However, what I think was missing, Amina, is that he broke women down, but this was what was missing. He didn't build them back up.
Yeah, that's like what I
Had he
said
broke them
earlier.
down, yeah, like you said, if he had broken them down and then gave them some food,
Right.
some really healthy food,
Right.
then it would have made a world of difference. But
And
he
that's
just, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I had said earlier, and that's the difference. Like, for me, like, if you're going to give me I had a boyfriend in my youth, right? And he would criticize me, yes, and I would say, okay, that's fine. I could take criticism, but is it to make me a better person, or
Here's the
is it to make
solution.
it me
Yeah.
better for you? Is it making you bet? Is it doing something more for you than it is for me? Because if it's not doing anything for me to make me an overall better person, then I should just tell you to kick rocks. Yes. So that's see, I don't know. That's who I am. I know everybody's not like that, and even your parents, when they tell you something, if they tell you, they're not going to tell you all your negatives, but if they tell you your positives, and they say, hey, we could turn this, make lemon a we can make lemons lemonade, and this is how you can grow, then that's somebody who really has my best interest at heart. When a person's not doing that, and they're just tearing you down, calling you everything but a child of the Most High, and they're not trying to say, okay, now knowing that maybe, moving forward in your thinking of how you rationalize, and in your choices, maybe you should, take a step back and look at the choices that you've made, and consider some things, not just for the moment, but moving, for the moment, but moving forward, so that your children don't. Then that's someone who really cares about my upliftment and the growth of my family. But just to tear down, just for guys to say,
So
yeah,
it
man,
helped you a lot when
kill her where she
if
sleeps.
all that
I'm
was
getting,
happening was tearing down. It was for self gratification. It was to see women broken. It was about breaking. And
but
it wasn't about fixing anything. It was more so, I need you to. I remember there was a post where he said that women, like, black women will have to get to a place where, and he kind of like talked about, I guess, this famine era, where black women have to get to a place where they don't have not even stones to eat.
but
He
does
called
he
that
feel,
winter is
does he
coming.
feel the
Yeah,
same
he
way?
quoted that, winter is coming for black women.
Well,
That's when
is that
black
same,
women,
was
black
that
women
same,
have to get to a place where they just at their lowest.
well, was that same winter day of famine coming for black men, when you have the KKs of the world how they demonized the black men once they extracted their seed from them, and once they got all the clout, and after the black man has built them up, and then all of a sudden she kicks him to the curb because he's not toting the line. So then if you're going to do it for one, you got to do it for the other. And see, when you're not willing to do that, then to me you are a co-conspirator of my enemy. I mean, it's very simple. It's not very complex.
I just have a sense that he felt like black women got too much. Like when he mentioned how he was in college, how sometimes he would have nothing but noodles to eat. But he said, but his black friend, she would be eating shrimp and lobster and all of
I
that.
never offered him any.
And no, and she, because she was getting food stamps and she was getting assistance. And he said, I never thought. You see, black women, they're always dependent on, they stay dependent on, people giving them things. He said, I never thought to even go and ask someone to feed me. He said, and black women, this is what it's going to happen to them. They need to get to a place where they have no one.
You know what?
I
think
what?
when I hear black men talk about black women like that, first thing I think is you must really hate your mother.
It just kind of threw me
women,
like he needs to see, and it would validate him to see that black women are such in a place of need that they would be at grovel state,
Well, that's how he saw his mother in truth, right? That's how when my mother taught me this when I was dating a young man, and she told me that, like, he came to my parents' home, we were going out, and he came to my parents' kitchen. My mother was cooking breakfast for my father and, well, the family, and she was fixing his coffee. And she was getting the plates and the cutlery and everything. And he said, "Oh, what are you doing?" And she says, "Oh, I'm fixing my husband and the family breakfast." So he says, "I've never seen my mother even fix my father a cup of tea." And she says, "Well, he's my husband." So later in the evening, she says, "I want to talk to you." And I said, "Okay." So she told me everything, what I just explained briefly to you. And she said, "You're going to have a problem with him." And I said, "Well, why do you say that? He's very respectful to his grandmother. He treats her like," she says, she's not the one who bore him into this world. And if he doesn't have respect for the woman who gave him life, he's not going to have respect for no female in his life. I don't care how good you are to him. Lo and behold, she was right about it all. And to this very day, he still ain't right. So one day, he reached back out to me and he says, "Do you think I have the problem? Because all these women that I dealt with, including you, said this, that, and the third, and it can't be everybody." I said, "You're right." And no, I told him, "It can't be everybody. You are the only common factor in this. So how can all of us see the same thing in you? And it can't be all of us and not you. You're the only mainstay." So he said, "Do you think I need therapy?" I said, "Yes, I do." Until you mend that relationship that you have with your mother and stop resenting her for the marriage between your father and her, you're not going to be good for anybody or yourself. And my mother was right. She was on the money. So when I hear a male speak, I don't care how old he is, if he speaks ill of his mother, I know to back away quickly, because he's a danger and he sees every female as a representative of his mother.
Of his in his enemy. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's synonymous for men and women. So that goes both ways.
That's right. And it's for the women who have daddy issues.
I don't know. That's just what you just said. I don't think so, because I don't hate men because I didn't have a father.
It's not about you not having a father.
I don't dislike.
It's not about you not having a father. See, that's what you're missing. It's not about what you not having a present father. It's about your interaction.
Thank you.
With your living father.
You think women carry that as much as men do? Because I think
it could be a possibility. I'm not going to rule it out. I don't think it's just subjugated to just men. I think women have daddy issues as well. And, they're always looking for somebody, not always, but they're looking for a father figure when they
I
can't.
think theirs have them respond in a way where they become clingy to men that don't deserve it. But
That's
I
a
don't
part
think
of
they
it.
become hateful and
But that's
see
using them.
these men as their enemies. I think they respond in a way where they want all men to be their fathers and caretakers.
No,
There's more than one way
tell you,
that we respond, I think.
it isn't, and I can tell you from personal experience. I have a family member that when my father was not present, she looked for the attention elsewhere, and she looked, in terms of males. Like when you don't get the attention from your biological father, you look for that attention elsewhere.
Well, that's what
And
I was just saying. I was saying how I see
but it's
men
not hatred.
responding in a way where they tend to want to make men their fathers in a way, and want these men to take on, like, love me, give me all this love that I
But
didn't
that's
get.
not.
But I don't see most women like not
You
trust.
don't know. You don't know until you hear about these horror stories later in life or in the present. Everybody you can't pay everybody with one paintbrush. It's individual. It's not collective. So I don't think that the mommy issues are just emblematic of just males. I think it could be both twofold. I think it'd be two pronged. I think it could be daddy issues with some women, and I think it could be mommy issues with some young men, depending on that familial interaction or the lack thereof of how they see either the father, how he treats the mother, or how the mother treats the father. I've seen both sides is what I'm saying to you. But I have control issues. I will not allow any male to talk to me any kind of way. Why? Because I've seen how my father has spoken to my mother, and I just refuse. I refuse to let any man talk to me that way. And if we won't go out, you'll be in a body bag first. That's just how I am. And my father has beaten my mother pregnant, and yes, I've seen it. So I have a defense mechanism when it comes to um, myself and women being battered and how
Yeah.
men try to use control to oppress women. I've seen it. I've seen it in my own family. So I'm sensitive to that. I'm sensitive to that. I just am. And
See,
when
and I'm
when
sensitive
they
too.
don't like what you say out your mouth, and because the salt is in the wound, then all of a sudden they become violent, they become combative. The truth hurts. So let's talk
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, I'm
So
very sensitive also when it comes to women. I might have some mommy issues. My mom worked hard and she was not very loving as far as the affection. I'm a hugger. I love hugging because I never got hugs from my mother. You know what I mean? And so I'm very triggered when it comes to violence against women because I saw my father beat my mother. And I was a child and I couldn't do anything about it. I have a lot of women in my family. My sister told me she was raped twice. My sister overdosed 5 years ago.
I'm sorry.
And so when Will Smith walked up there and smacked Chris Rock, I was like, damn right, slap the shit out of him. Keep that man's wife's name out your mouth. And I know that's not part of the subject matter, but
you can relate to what he was.
I can relate because when my sister told me that she was raped twice, and my sister used to stick a needle in her arm to escape the pain.
Yeah.
My sister was bright. My sister was smart. My sister just didn't know how to deal with her pain. When my mother would get beat by my father, and I saw it. So I drove from Baltimore to North Carolina, from Baltimore to North Carolina to confront a white neighbor who had jumped in my wife's face. And they told me they're going to call the police. I said, I will be here waiting for the police when you call them. And they did. And I didn't go anywhere. You're not going to do that to a black woman. I jumped between my wife and a police officer one time. So that's why I told the women in my family, I tell you, all of you all women, don't call me if you ain't serious. If some dude put his hands on you, don't call me if you don't want me to deal with him now. because that's my philosophy, is that you keep your hands off these women. They are our women. You don't put your hands on them. You don't put your hands on our daughters. You don't violate our children. And so for me, it has worked in the, even though I've seen this violence against my mother, my sister, other women in my family, for me, I have become like, this guy that feel like I got to defend and protect. And guess what? Amina and Gina and the rest of the panel, that may be part of the reason why I'm staying in a marriage like this for 18 years. See?
Of course.
See, all of that is connected.
Yeah, the dots
Because
are connected.
what I look like leaving this woman? Now, we just said she's a good woman to me. What I look like leaving her? Defenseless. And I feel like that I can't win.
And to that other side, you pick and choose your battles wisely, is what my mother always told me. And just like how you feel about your wife, like I could, many times I felt like leaving my husband because I felt like, how could I trust you? Why would I want to live with someone who, who pushed me into that corner and to want to kill our child? How could I live with someone like that?
So our pain runs deep. Our pain, all of us, our pain.
And
it runs very deep.
I've had therapy, and I'm still in therapy, and it's a prayer. All of it is keeping me, But you have to see the greater good, and no one's perfect. And either you have to, make up in your mind what matters most to you. You have to decide what matters most to you at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yep, and recognize also how that pain has shaped you in not a great way, and there are things that pain shaped you in a really good way. Because with you, Kwame, what I heard is your pain has resisted you from letting go of a woman who, although she hasn't bared you a child, you appreciate all those other qualities about her. So our pain shape us in different ways. And if we are healthy enough, we can sit back and reflect and say, well, you know what? How did this pain move me forward and make me better? And then how did this pain really hurt me? And then if we see where it hurt us, then we can really work on healing that portion of us. Pain is meant to change us in some way. For whatever it is, it's meant to change us, because otherwise.
To go back to the reality of this, though, this is not okay that she decided to do that. This is a big thing. And in some communities, let's say outside of this African American society, let's say in the Caribbeans or in Africa, this would not be option. You don't choose to come in someone's life, tell them you're going to have a child, and don't. So that right there is a big thing. And if you choose to love and forgive this woman and be with her and get over the pain, then you're a great man. But if you don't, nobody could blame you for that. And that's the reality of that.
No, I totally agree with you. I totally agree.
I think it's kind of sad that, like, however many years ago, maybe you guys could have went to counseling at that time to, make a better outcome. Sounds like the woman is a good woman. She's just been through a lot. You're
right. You're right. In her defense, though, she's been through a lot. She grew up in foster care. Her mother died when she was very young. She's very clingy to her children. She's close to the vest. She just go to work, pay bills. That's the kind of sister she is. She's not gonna stray from the status quo. So she's good to me. She really is good to me. But I just wanted that one thing that I couldn't get from her.
Me personally, I can't imagine, not wanting to have the children, but we all have our roads, and I have to go, so I just want to thank you all. Respect for the time,
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Gina.
I'm about to be out of here too, guys. I really think this was a great conversation. It's so many good conversations that we have here on this platform. This whole thing with Kevin Samuels, and again, condolences to his family, the people that loved him and cared for him. I personally did not like him, but I still love him as a brother. Didn't agree with him, but I could still see him as a brother. And I am sorry for the loss for his daughter, first and foremost, and his mother. I pray that we can get through this, because I truly believe that his leaving is gonna push us towards another phase of this, because what he did accomplish was, and again, I'm gonna say this in closing, he accomplished something that I think was necessary. He gave a space for Black men to really open up about a couple of things, and the fact that so many were tuned in and turned on by the way that he projected is something that we should not and cannot ignore. So, Nespidi, are you still with us? I doubt it. Nespidi, thank you for coming through, my brother. Love to you. Okay, so Amina, this was a great discussion, sis, and I appreciate your participation in it, and for you sharing all that you've shared with us tonight.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
So,
wait a minute.
What is your closeout for Kevin Samuels, or for where do you see us going with this? If you see us going anywhere with this, rather.
I just see it's just yet more unpacking of the necessary work that needs to be done for us as a people. I don't know how it's going to be done, but we got a lot to do.
Yeah.
In a very brief time to do it in, mind you. But we just, it's a realization that you can't, the necessary work that needs to be done, it has to be done, and we cannot put all of our eggs in one basket giving people Messiah complexes. Haven't we had enough of that?
That's another part of it, yeah.
So I hope we learned a valuable lesson.
Yeah.
And putting people on pedestals and history revealed, when we have done things like that, have given people Messiah complexes like, Jim Jones and so many others, it didn't bode well for us. We have to do the necessary work to heal ourselves.
Yes, I agree.
Professionally, not in a novice format. So thank you, Gina. I'm glad you're doing well, and I'm proud and happy for you that your situation worked out the way it did, and that you're right and tight, and your family's well. And I missed you dearly, and I'm glad you're okay. And my prayers were answered.
Thank you so much, sis. And
My pleasure.
I have missed you guys, and I am trying to move forward with this channel in a positive way. Sometimes when things are not so positive within me, or I'm going through phases where I'm trying to heal, and trust me, there's a lot of self-cleaning and self-revamping and meditating and bringing light into my personal space. I try to stay away because I don't want to bleed all over you guys. So trust me, it was necessary, but I'm looking forward to being on here more often. So thank you. Okay, so I got Kwame. I think you're next, Kwame. I mean, all I could say is thank you for sharing that with us. And I just appreciate you so much more, because I know when you speak of how much you love this woman and how she's been there for you and how good she is to you, it answers the question for me of why you've been there for 18 years. And I pray in the depths of my soul that you can get to a place where you could forgive her for this one thing. And and I also pray for you to receive what you want as well. I don't know how that's going to be possible, but prayers up to you, my brother.
I appreciate it. I'm glad that you came back. I was wondering what the hell was going on. I should have inboxed you and to check on you at least. I didn't. But I appreciate your channel so much for you trying to bring us together. I would hope, and I can echo some of the things that's been said, that we try to find our healing, find our space where we all can heal, because it's about our children and grandchildren now.
Yes.
That we can lead them down a path. I tell my daughters, I've made the mistakes that y'all don't have to make.
That's it.
I've made some terrible mistakes. I've been to prison. I've been on drugs. I've been homeless. I've done all of those things that you all don't ever have to do. So my hope is that in the wake of Kevin Samuel's transition, that we can find some where we all can be each other's complement.
Yes.
We have to be complements. We're not competitors, because we already have other people that are against us. Basically, a whole world of other non-Black people are against us. So we must unify.
Yes.
We must unify. So I want you to know, thank you for this channel. Thank you for everybody, the panelists, Amina spilling her pain and others spilling their pain, because we have to talk about it.
Yeah.
And, just learn to love on each other. Just learn to love on each other. And yes, that was our brother.
Oh,
he
my
might
God.
have been.
Yes, definitely.
That was our brother.
Yes, definitely.
So,
and I'm sorry if I kicked you out by mistake. Come back in here. Love you, sis. I'm so sorry. I was trying to get rid of Nespidi. I thought I hit somebody out before him. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kwame.
No, I was that's basically it. I love you, Gina. Thank you for the channel, and thank you for what you do for our people. Continue to fight for us.
Thank you so much. I love you so much, and I am very grateful to everything. Trust me, I do believe that your voice needed to be heard tonight. You gave us an example. You gave us the contrast that was necessary to understand why he had that appeal to Black men, and for that I am grateful.
All right, Ashe. Thank you.
So, Jacques, again, I apologize, sis. You spent the whole night with us discussing, and when I went to get Nespidi out, I must have clicked on you as well. Please come back in if you want to share your closeout. Let me put the link back in there for you, just in case you're still around. Your contribution was really appreciated, so I just want you to know that, sis. Now, be better. We've been back and forth on this one. On some things we agreed, on some things we didn't agree, but I think I've learned a lot from your perspective today, and I'm very grateful to that. So tell me, what do you think? I mean, this whole thing with my last question to you, I guess, and I think I probably echoed this a little bit already tonight, is, do you think this man was a tool that was necessary in the development of us getting to where we need to go to, or do you think this was a stumbling block? What is your take on that? Be better? You're on mute.
I can't even answer that question until I tell you how much I adore you. I love you. I appreciate you. I always have to give you the utmost respect. Yes, you are beautiful. You are such a beautiful human being. And I'm so glad that I'm on this planet with you at this time. I'm telling you, you're just amazing. So
I feel the same way about all of you. I truly do. There's so much love here for all of you.
Yeah, and so I invite the, challenges of when we don't agree, because that's where we learn most, right?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, so I think I really, truly, in my hearts of heart, because I have this really strong connection to God, and I totally agree that He was here for a purpose and a time, and He's opened up an opportunity for us to really hear men in a way that we've never heard before. Yeah. If it wasn't for Kevin Samuels, we wouldn't have been able to hear Kwame. And that's how I see it. We not only gave Kevin gave men a voice for us now to hear our men. And we probably couldn't have done that in the way that we can now, because we know that there's some deep-rooted pain that men are dealing with. And now our job is to, so how do we unite
How do
and
we
begin the healing process. Because not only what we saw tonight or today, Gina, is that not only men are in pain, women are in pain as well.
Yes.
And so all of us need healing. And so how do we do that together? How do we have honest,
we help each other through this? Yeah.
How do we have honest, trusting, respecting, and appreciative kind of relationship so that we can be honest and authentic with each other, that what we're dealing with, it's like, this is what I'm dealing, because usually I don't think people go into relationships being able to share their pain because they don't want to be judged, they don't want to be ridiculed. But what we know now is that we're all in pain. And so if this could be an opportunity for us to come together in our relationships, in our marriage, in our friendships, and just be honest. And I think that level of honesty will make us more compassionate towards one another versus judging one another. And I think that's the biggest thing, is that we can try to understand our men and understand the pain, that it's only going to help us. It's not going to hurt us. And I think he was the vessel for that. I really do feel that his life wasn't in vain.
I feel like that too, sis. I feel like that's, and sometimes, I hope this does not come off insensitive. I feel like he did all that he came to do. And when it was done, it was like, okay, you need to disappear now because we don't need you doing this anymore.
And you know what, Gina? That was the one thing I said the other day when I found out he died. I said, wait a second.
Yeah.
God removed him with no pain.
No pain.
I said he had no suffering.
It's time for you to go now. I want something different for them.
Yes. Like you did what I wanted you to do. And now moving right along. So now it's up to us, because now this is an opportunity for us to heal as a community. Yeah.
And now I am so open to hearing, to understanding a little bit of what Black men feel.
Yep.
And I also am wide open to how a lot of Black women are broken and need Black men to validate them.
Mm-hmm.
Because there would not be a Kevin Samuels without all those women that wanted and needed to be validated.
That's right.
And that's the part.
Yeah, we both need that validation from one another. And the thing is, though, who's going to be the one to do it? And I know you said you feel like men, but it doesn't matter who does it. It just needs to be done. It just needs to be done.
And I agree with you. It just needs to be done. But I think because of the way they're built and the way they're engineered, they are not going to properly feel in their space of power until they take it. And I don't know what that looks like for them. It may be a simple thing as understanding that this is on me. I have to be that man that I want to be. No one can take it from me. No one can give it to me. I have to give it to myself. And once he get in that space, women will fall in line. Because when he went off, we went off right behind him. So we're not going to have a problem following him when he goes right.
I agree.
That's my point. So thank you, sis. I appreciate you so much. So much love here for you. And I'm very grateful to you all.
I appreciate you too.
You're very welcome. Okay, so Jacques, I apologize, my sister. I'm trying to get Speedy out the line that always fall asleep while we're talking, and I must have clicked on yours.
Absolutely.
A little later, so I'm very grateful that you came back, and I really did want to give you an opportunity for closeout.
Thank you so much.
This has been such a conversation. What do you think?
It has been a very, very dense, intense, and relatively productive conversation, and I am eternally grateful that you have been here and present for over 5 hours. That just shows how much of a big heart that you have to be able to create this space for us to listen and to converse. So thank you eternally. Thank you so much. I'll keep this brief because I think most of us want to go to bed, but I want there to be a future where Black men and Black women can be able to healthily and beautifully and with empathy and just intense, like gorgeous love to respect and value each other, and for there not to be a transactional relationship or transactional love, and to know that everyone has so many different facets to their personality. We're not all cut from the same cloth, and to give each other space and time and just understanding and patience. And there's just so many other things that I would like to happen, but I think it's going to take patience and work and kind of getting off from the internet and just connecting with each other in real life, wherever that may be, whether it's in a park, in a church, in a craft club with like interest or sports place, I don't know, anywhere where there's like a youth center, community center. I just think that talking to someone, talking to each other in real life and listening, not to respond, but listening to just really hear is what's going to be the deal breaker.
That's the next phase. That's the next thing.
Yeah.
I got you.
And what I would have loved, really, going back to Kay Samuels, is if he continued doing his early work where he was talking to the men.
I agree.
And really getting to the nitty-gritty of why do men feel upset? Why do men feel broken? Why do men feel powerless? Really speaking to them and finding out solutions.
He felt like that was his real work. And I feel like when he touched women, it became more profitable, but that was not your work.
I don't think it was. I think I don't know what was happening with his life. But I think there was monetary value in breaking women down publicly.
Exactly. And he got so much respect from men, more so than he did when he was trying to reach men.
And that's
men's perspective. So
that's worrying. That is really worrying.
Something that he couldn't let go of. It was working.
But that's the thing that I believe the men's rights, the manosphere, whatever you want to call it, I think that's what is going to help online in cyber reality world. That's what's going to help them if they actually talk to each other and think about proper healthy solutions without blaming women for their ill comings.
And maybe getting together and figuring out how to take their power back from a system that makes them feel like less than. And then maybe once they get that done, I agree, sis. I agree 100%.
Yeah. So I finished this by saying that Kay Samuels was a very flawed and nuanced man that no one really knows apart from the people dearest and closest to him. And I would like to see people who follow him or listen to him start really thinking about what is the end game, what is the productivity of really disliking women so much.
Yeah. And what is the causation? I think once they get to the causation, you'll realize it's not the women, it's this right here. And that's important too.
Yeah. So thank you so much again. And I just really hope that people understand that women should not be demonized, women should be protected, and men should be listened to and be allowed to be vulnerable, be allowed to be sensitive, be allowed to be open up and share their pain.
And I think that's one thing that another thing that Kevin Samuels brought to the table for us, it made us realize that we need to be able to do for our men what Kevin Samuels did. He gave them a space to be as honest as they could be.
Well, I mean, his earlier videos maybe, but later on, I don't think he really was.
I was considering the early stuff.
Yeah, I really don't think he was allowing men to actually talk properly in much of his later videos. I think it was more about just stripping down and degrading women.
It was business then.
It was a circus that didn't need to happen.
It was coming from the heart when he was dealing with just the men, but when he started bringing in, it was more profitable and It was something that he saw the men appreciating. And I think more than the money, he liked the fact that these brothers looked to him like
to tear down the women that they couldn't get.
Look, I'm doing it. I'm showing you that what I was teaching y'all, this was real. And look, they're coming to me. It's funny because I was I always say I was a Hebrew Israelite. I can't say I was, but they used to have this thing where the men used to have these, you know, every now and then they would have these white people kiss their boots. I don't know if y'all are familiar with the Hebrew Israelites. And I think in essence, it was something that they did. When it happened, they felt like they were more men and they were more in control of their situation. And these other men would follow the men that were able to do that, get men to do that, bow down before them and everything. And I think that's what I realized looking at the whole Kevin Samuels thing, understanding how the dynamics was with the Hebrew Israelites when I was in the camps. There's something about power. Once these brothers feel like they have a sense of power, that they feel whole. And sometimes it becomes a negative because they are toxic with it, because it's, you see, if you don't bring it, if you don't make that if that wholesomeness does not come from a good place, then it's gonna be toxic. There's good power and then there's bad power. And yeah, so that being said, it's just something that I'm picking up on. And I'm really starting to realize that it is not something in women. We stand in the way of men being able to go get their power when we try to give them power that they did not earn. Black men, unlike other men, have to be able to get that power for themselves. We have to love them, respect them, but they have to go and get it themselves.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I 100% agree with that. And I can go on, but I just have to give you eternal love and gratitude. Thank you so much.
There's so much love here for you, and thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, have a good night.
You too. Bye. Hey guys, this was a wonderful discussion. And I have to tell you that I have to make this statement. You know, I am not a fan of Kevin Samuels, but I have a lot of respect for anybody that, you know, comes, this is our brother. This is our brother. Now, did I like all the things that went on? No, but I appreciate, and I could see through why it had to happen the way it did, and why some of the things, you know, what some of the things brought to the table. Like I said, you know, I believe that everything that happened had to happen the way they did. There is a reason. There is something deeper happening within our cipher for our people. I mean, not just our people, but for the world. There's a spiritual movement that is outside of this dimension that is managing a lot of what we see happening here. So that being said, you know, it's important that we stay in a place of gratitude, appreciation, and respect. And so for me, this has been an amazing discussion. I'm very grateful to you all. Please, if you did not hit the like button, hit it, share it on your social medias, guys. I'm trying to grow the channel, and, you know, love, light, and respect and appreciation to all.